My mic was muted. Let's try that again. You know what? I'm gonna walk away. That was so terrible. I need to try that again. All right. Oh, and I got my phone on. That was awful. All right. Let's try that again. How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing. How's everybody doing? Glad to see everybody. It's a beautiful evening. If anyone wants to join, let me know. You can hop in. I'm going to be making a vest tonight. Looks like my pregame worked because I was talking to a muted microphone. But it's legal here, so it's all fun at the Godless Sewing channel. How is everybody doing? How's it going, Liz? Hello. I saw you earlier. Commander. Hello. Butterfly. Trees. How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, it's been a long day around here. And the funny thing is, it's been like summer. Summer came early in Southern California. And I know no one feels sorry for the skinny guy or the skinny guy who lives in a place where the weather is perfect. But it's been anywhere from 70 to 90. Every day it's different. Every day. Awesome. Awesome. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Heck yeah. So tonight I'm going to be making a vest. I finally finished my my dolphin sweater, but then it dawned on me that it like it looks like a nurse's vest. So I think I'm obsessed with the hospital patterns, or just nurses get the great patterns. I don't know. I don't know. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to read my disclaimer in a minute. Let me see if I can find it. I got to take my glasses off for this one. This program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All expressed opinions by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely the personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on the planet. So please don't send any hate to anybody. You know, we're nothing but fun here at the Godless Sewing channel. And I nicked the disclaimer from somebody who talks a lot about wigs. So that's where that came from. Awesome. Awesome. Do you know, so today, you know, I always look up like what day it is or what day it was. And today is Fashion Revolution Day. I really want you to think about that because Fashion Revolution Day is more based on people coming together and figuring out ways to get rid of the large companies. That's really what it's about. Hey, how's it going?
We are a comedy of errors tonight and working with what's working and not with what's not.
But you're here. I've already stumbled through the disclaimer. For the sake of Kilroy, I will not say it 3 times this time. But yes, if I do offend your wig, I apologize. I just know how to sew. Do you know that's hard? Would you ever sew a wig?
Maybe under the right circumstances. The right circumstances have not, or the right costume has not made itself apparent to me to want to go through that much effort right now. But that could change.
Liz, don't feel bad. Somebody that doesn't like me anymore, Godless Scummer, we get confused all the time. We get tagged. Godless Sewing and Godless Scummer get tagged all the time on on Twitter, on everything. There we go. Okay. Oh, this is what I absolutely love the Londo. I was when I was going through pictures, I every week I try to find a crazy picture, and I'm all about the Londo Malari thumbnail. You know, I would love to be a costume designer on a show like that. I would absolutely love to. Could you be a costume designer for like I'm not saying like let's take like a spaghetti western. Could you do a bunch of crappy pea coats and crummy hats? Because that's basically what old western wear was, you know.
That's true, but are you? I mean, there's the designer, then the people that they hire out for no money to sew all this. Like, there's so many layers. Like, are you thinking of do if you unilaterally did all of the aspects, or you were just like, oh yeah, do this in 2 days, in 24 hours because we're shooting that scene tomorrow. Like,
That is true. Like quotas do drive me crazy. That is true. Only Ken Hovind while he was awake and while without any. I think about it all the time because I know people that work in the entertainment industry, and it's they're not happy. Let's just put it that way.
that's I've may or may not have watched YouTubers or folks who also, and it's like the working conditions are horrible. And why? Why?
A long time ago, I worked in Hollywood, and it seemed like every PA I came across was so rude. And when I would meet people who were famous, they were the nicest people on earth. But all the people who worked for them were like the most rotten humans you've ever come across, you know?
Ah, the managerial class.
I used to talk about this all the time. Like I met Paul McCartney, and he was the nicest guy on earth. I mean, he has no reason to be. And on the flip side of that, I met Suge Knight, and he same thing. Nicest dude on earth. Literally gave $100 tip to everybody, and Paul McCartney did as well. And of course, Paul McCartney, total vegetarian, and in Hollywood, it's harder to find than you think. At least in the tourist trap area. So when you jumped on, today is National whatchamacallit, Fashion Revolution Day. It's basically people around the world coming together to get rid of the major corporations. I was like, I'm down for that. I will celebrate. That's why I put my smoking freedom patch on. I forgot I had this vest.
I came up in my finest schmata today.
I wear this when I don't know what to wear. I wear my Black Label shirt. This is like an old writing shirt that you're supposed to wear underneath all your clothes. I love this thing. it's kind of like a jersey. Like I knew people that would live in coveralls or overalls because they were too lazy to wear clothes. And I consider
most of the bits and bobs most of the time.
I appreciate that. I always say like how I always watch Appalachian Americans. I love that style of like coveralls and no overalls, and that's it.
It's a look.
With the high water rolled up. Oh damn it! Now I have "Come On Eileen" stuck in my head. Now I just have "Come On Eileen." It's because I love watching MTV, like old MTV music videos. It brings me back to the good old time when I was a grommet sitting in front of the television, you know.
MTV played music videos.
I find it so strange that people don't understand that. There's a beautiful song called "Carrot Juice is for Murderers," where people are screaming, "Spare the spud and eat a cow instead." That's like, I love those "Eat More Chicken" signs. Even though was that a Chick-fil-A ad? I don't know. I used to love those ads with the cows that said "Eat More Chicken." Oh, I'm having a fashion revolution. I'm considering cleaning out my closet again. So I'm so glad you brought this up, Butterfly, because this is an extremely good segue. I have been reluctant to spring clean my closet. I've already like I've already patched all the holes in my roof. I've already cleaned the backyard, painted the fence. I've done most of my spring cleaning and I've been avoiding the closet.
Yeah.
And I may or may not have another sewing table that I forgot I had and I pulled it out and I'm like, why did I pull this out? Because now I have to figure out
Because
what
you
to
need
do
to
with
make
it.
an accurate collection of the inventory of the collection.
And I wish Alibaba was here, but I know it's early. A long time ago, there's like this Grant's Gold mystery in my family. My pops had a singer that it had the pyramid of Giza on it. It had a
Oh
sphinx. It was
yeah,
a very
yeah,
specific year.
yeah.
Okay, so it disappeared. It's either in my storage unit or someone stole it out of the trailer that's on the far end of the property, but I can't find it. And
Well,
it's been
it is trying to go through the storage. So no, with the
and
news
like
I
I
just heard today. Oh, go ahead.
no, please go ahead, please.
I was gonna say what was it that the better your ability for a down payment and the better your credit score, the more screwed you are going to be in a new mortgage coming up.
Oh, yikes. I don't like to hear that.
Yeah, it
Just
was just
someone
like
else.
oh, friendly, not financial like news that I word on the street.
It's all right. No one's gonna tell on anyone here for financial advice.
No, this is not. This is just
Oh yeah,
this is
who's
just current events.
I was looking up to see if digital herpes is stalking me yet. Let's see. Nope. Okay. This individual promised to stalk me, and they've been really good on their promise so far. But I
Oh, they're
go
not
live.
just empty threats.
Oh, I've had this, but there's a few people who, especially people who know me from the past, and then they
Hmm.
find my channel and they're like, "You are a completely different person than I thought you were," and they leave me some nasty. There's quite a few people that are banned on my YouTube from commenting, and some are family members.
Well, that's why we need to be promoting next week. So hopefully soon the Rumbles version of these same streams, same benefits, just over on the Rumbles.
I'm totally down. Today, you know what, honestly, I've been running around like a crazy person and I haven't been feeling well. I've been feeling super lungy, but really it's the change of the weather.
Yeah, and
We went from
pollen
hot to
allergy
cold.
season maybe.
Oh
That's
yeah.
up here.
Oh yeah. And I'm one of those people who like I'm allergic to everything and I work out in the woods.
Yep.
So like I'm asking for trouble. Like I'm just asking for trouble. Or like this might be the year that I finally put the canopy on the tractor.
That might be good, but if you felt better outside wearing a particulate filter mask in the past, it might be an adjuvant for you, or maybe not.
Honestly, with all the tricks and trades of the non-breathers, I don't even know what works anymore. And
Fair.
let's be real, like I quit smoking nicotine years ago, but I still abide, and so I am like not helping myself. Let's just put it that way.
Or even just wash your face off when you come inside and wear a hat, which you already do. So,
Oh, the big hat. Like I was introduced to a big hat as a kid. They're like, if you're gonna be around farm animals and just be outside in general, like you need a big floppy hat.
yep.
Especially people like you can tell the people that are weathered and leathered. Hulk Hogan. I met Hulk Hogan in real life. He's my color, and he's not joking. Like because of years of tanning and just bad decisions, Hulk Hogan is the same color as I. And I'm being nice. He's probably darker than I am. I'm being nice.
So,
I'm serious. 20 something years ago, I had front row seats And I remember doing this as he walked past me. I'm looking at my hand. He walks past my hand.
Just
He's
checking
the
the
darker.
shade. He's just has his favorite brand of self-tanning lotion that he hasn't deviated in 30 years. And he's like, I like this color. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, I met Ric Flair, and Ric Flair is still pasty. Ric Flair is pale from the face down. He's bronze, and then from the face up, he's just pale. But like he's my color from the face down, and from
So, so is this never I don't know, never mind, wrestler face, you wear your mask all day and then you continue to wear it out, you're like, and I need my head covering because people might recognize me or they might not recognize me if I'm not in my wrestler face.
when I worked in West Hollywood, you'd be surprised. Like there's certain people, like Sarah Silverman, she can't hide. And she's my height. Like it's weird. For a man, I'm considered average height. If a woman's my height, she's considered tall.
Yes, she
You
is.
know?
Yes, I do.
But we're eye to eye. Like we are eye to eye. And
Who's wearing the bigger heels on their boots?
I was wearing flats back then. In the Starbucks day, Starbucks doesn't play. I worked at the West Hollywood Starbucks. They don't play. They only hire pretty people and they have a standard. That's the place where I met Lenny Kravitz, and Lenny Kravitz utterly and completely, like, it was kind of embarrassing. I was just got off of work, and I can't believe I'm telling this story. Gosh, it's early
I know,
in the
it's
morning.
not even 2 o'clock.
So,
2 hours in yet.
I walked past, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's Lenny Kravitz. And he shushed me. He was like, shh. Do you know what I said, Phoenix? I'll never forget this. I was like, I'm a grown man, and I stormed off. I guarantee you Lenny will remember me. When I do become famous, I'm going to tell him that story, and he'll be like, yeah, I remember you, you crazy person. Oh, sorry. Hey, you guys, I'm back from this guy. Seems very disoriented, but I managed to lure him off the train tracks. So what people, a lot of people may not know, and I may be wrong with saying this, but in downtown Portland, the train tracks are on the street. And so
Yep.
you can wander on it weirds me out. Like when I used to hang out at the Sunday market, the train would just kind of peter through and people would just be walking past and forth. No one would ever be that organized in Los Angeles. Ever. we have above ground trains, but they're all guarded by rails.
Well, because they had too many people make poor choices.
Hey, Gilroy. Yes, we're all about protecting the masses. I did trees. I told Lenny, and you know what it is? Like LA is no joke, but it's the strangest place on earth. Like that same Starbucks that I worked at, Matthew Perry, this is when he was in his druggy phase. He would come there and sit by himself. And they would all tell us, like, don't say a word to him. He would just it was the saddest thing on earth. He'd come sit at the patio and stare at Santa Monica Boulevard because the gays are lit.
I'm just sitting here, people watching, you know.
It is a fun place. Like Santa Monica Boulevard is a fun place to people watch. Just most places in LA are, but I'll never forget that place. That was LA taught me how to be a man, but like I had some of the greatest, just some of the greatest times on earth. And the funny thing is, I wouldn't live there now if you paid me. If I was rich, if I had millions, I would not live next to Lenny. They're all moving to where Butterfly lives.
Yeah.
Is there a mass exodus out of Oregon? Are there people leaving or people moving there?
I think net people are leaving. I haven't seen a huge. I don't know. Locally, can't tell, but in general, people are like, "Yeah, we're outie."
I'm glad you saved the day, Liz. That used to always trip me out in Portland. That you could never have trains on the street in LA like that.
Well, they have them in San Francisco, don't they, with the streetcars still?
Yeah, but again, San Francisco is more established and more organized than LA. Like,
We're smart to stay off the tracks when there's a train.
he was saved by the Church of the Turkey sandwich. It depends on where in Oregon. Most of the people I know in Oregon say they want to get out because it's getting expensive. That's part of the problem. I think that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. Like, where can you live where it's not expensive?
The East Coast and on the desert side where there's no water.
I'm okay with
But
that.
don't
I'm
come here.
okay.
Don't.
I'm okay.
I'm not. You maybe in general don't ruin it because these are like tiny rural communities who don't want rich California people.
I would show up. I would show up with an identification that did not say California on it, though. So I just claim it was from a different state. It's scary. You know, it's so funny. I say that when people are like, "Oh, how's California?" I'm like, "Don't move here." When I first came online, like 3 or 4 years ago, I would be like, "Don't move here. It's great. Don't move here. Don't move here, please." But honestly, like, because we're a transitory city, every 7 years we get a new generation. Everyone who's ever told they're hot moves here or New York, depending on how close you are to either one. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I am so glad the hockey game was on yesterday. I created curse words. I needed heart pills. I I was in
The
a
game is
fetal
that
position. Oh, we
Oh, yeah.
lost.
Okay,
We
never
lost.
mind. That was that bad.
No, it was a thriller. We need a better goalie. We're a really good team, actually. We just need better goalies. And you know what? I want to thank everybody who painstakingly sat there with my ex-wife and her midlife crisis yesterday. Everybody who was in Phoenix's stream yesterday, I thank you. I thank you. And to everybody who went back and watched it, because quite a few people have watched it since.
I
My
know. I
ex-wife.
was like, how did that happen? What did we do? Who migrated over to see the shenanigans of me complaining, you complaining, and hopefully setting in sleeves appropriately? How are the sleeves?
You know what, Liz? I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. I haven't called her yet because I am like her default. She's gonna walk in here, sit at my kitchen table now. Like yesterday, she walked in, she raided my fridge. Like I miss her husband already.
He kept food in the fridge.
I'm the cook. I'm the one who always cooked.
So okay,
Hey,
so basically,
Alibaba. It used to be expensive to live in Oregon, but really cheap food. The best produce, yes. Local garden stands where you can just take your food. Okay, so when I lived in Beaverton, I rarely went to the grocery store. I would go to all the markets and stuff. Well, to buy milk and stuff, but yeah, especially in Beaverton because the farms are on the outskirts of town. For anyone who's interested, I would take the bus and I would get off. I lived right by the mall in Beaverton and I would walk like half a mile up. And you know what's so funny? Like when you're in your 20s, you are so willing to take a hike of a walk. Now I'm like, I'd rather buy a car.
depends on the distance of the walk.
True, true. That is true. And I do try to walk a mile every day with my son because I want to teach him to be healthy. Change the law. See, Kilroy knows. Kilroy knows because we're like we have a really weird relationship. We're like all right, we have to exist around each other. So, oh, you'll see. She's just gonna walk in here that day that she ate my Girl Scout cookies. I recently got more. I didn't tell anybody. I sat here like a sad man. I ate the whole box.
They're in your sewing machine drawer. This is my secret tool drawer. I don't keep cookies here secretly.
As long as she's not sitting there on the couch with the menthol in her hand, you're batting at least. I would
Yes,
never allow a menthol in my house.
oh, Newports, you're out.
Those are so gross. Menthol cigarettes are so gross. I need my inhaler just thinking about Newports. A good friend of mine. Oh, buddy, how you doing? Enjoy being 13 as long as you can. The first like time I ever coughed my brains out, a good friend of mine, we were little kids. He still laughs at me now, and no, he doesn't smoke anymore. This was, gosh, a long time ago. I was like, yeah. He's like, you smoke cigarettes? I was like, yeah, I smoke cigarettes. He gave me an unfiltered Newport and then laughed at me as I literally was like, ah, what is this? What is this abomination?
Getting to be articulate in your mouth if it's in unfiltered and menthol. Like,
Oh,
pick was the worst poison, the unfiltered or the menthol.
those are gross. Those are just so we jumped into social issues really quick. But I'm actually sewing. I promise. I'm
I
actually
know, me
sewing
too.
something. I've decided to make a vest. And because I have a ton of fabric, I'm making a vest out of this, and I'm gonna throw patches on it. And I'm
Super
gonna make a
cute.
matching outfit with. I don't know if I'm gonna make pants or shorts yet, though. I haven't
Well, it's
decided.
getting to be summertime, so you're probably going to make shorts for the short.
Exactly.
When do you want to wear this outfit? Now or in the autumn time?
Well, depending on the material, if I go thin enough, I can get some like night pants because we have desert weather here where it's hot during the day and cool at night.
Yeah.
So it's like smoky during the day and then it's nice and cool. Like I love desert weather. Wait, they make unfiltered Newports. Those things are probably harsher than I smoked Camel Nons for over 10 years until I was gone away from my parents for almost 11 years. My dad picked me up from a Greyhound station. I was smoking Camel Nons and he was like, "Dude, those are what off to your grandfather." And I quit smoking Camel Nons like a year later. So I smoked Camel Non filters for almost 11 years, which is why I can't breathe now. Oh, Kilroy, you brought back memories. Oh my gosh, Camel Nons were like, I was so addicted, and that's where it becomes an addiction. And it's not about the action you're doing; it's the addiction. Like I was so hooked on those things. I would have been that doctor in the commercial. I'm a doctor. These Camel Nuns are medicinal. Oh, someone's gonna cut that.
At least tag this stream so we can clip it ourselves later.
Today is also National Scream Day, as in like screaming out loud. That's a Van Gogh right there. Is that Van Gogh? The Starry Night.
Starry Night is not the Scream, because that was Edward Munch. No, Alibaba will correct us. I'm sure somebody will correct us.
I absolutely love the weather. That's why I'm kind of biased and I don't want to move. But like, that's one thing I love about twilight here in California. It's that perfect weather, and at night and in the morning. Scream, you know what? Honestly, I get in my truck sometimes when I'm by myself and I scream the F word as loud as I can. I call it scream therapy. I feel better. And I go on about my day.
All is better in the world.
I had cigarettes from Russia. My dad brought back from Rathba, soft pack, no filter, and the tobacco was black. That's hardcore. Strong, set my head. That's hardcore. That is hardcore. When I was a kid, my father smoked Captain Black, and I would take bong hits of it, and I swear that was my first dealing with nicotine poisoning. Because I was an idiot and did not know what I was doing as a kid.
Well, who does? That's the part of not being a kid where you're young and dumb.
Oh wow, today is also Liberation Day when Italy was liberated from the Yazis. My grandfather was there. And there's not too many times when I can actually say that. He was in Bastogne. Good times, good times. It's crazy when I like look back at like my grandfather's service record or my dad's, like they both traveled around the world. My grandfather refused to fly after D-Day. Shocker. Never again in his life did he ever get in a plane. And because my dad was in the Navy, he hated Hawaii. And he never went. With my mom, at least.
Oh no! Right? Yeah.
We're trying to get her to go. We're trying to get her to go. Like, hey, go live your life.
Well, does she want to go there though, or?
Yeah, because they got in a fight like 6 or 7 years ago where she shamed him in front of the entire family, and she was flat out told him like, "I didn't go to Vietnam. I should be able to go to Hawaii." She told him to his face like, like we're old. I'm over it. But in a weird way, he loved San Diego. So maybe he had like, But if you think about it, Hawaii was the shipping point.
Right, or friends, some people who he might have known who were at Pearl Harbor who was like, that hurts, that's like an American tragedy, I can't, that's too close.
And today, in 1960, the USS Triton submarine completed the first fully submerged circumnavigation of the world. Wow. Oh, Butterfly, she'll go with you. My mom's a rich old lady. You'll have a great time, and she loves to drink. And she...
You don't need to out all her secrets on the internet. It's just did she
Oh, no. Oh, no,
disclosure?
she is so... I feel sorry for my mom because she can't get a boyfriend because of my brother. It's not even I'm overprotective. My brother is like, he's so catty. He is so catty. He so I don't have to worry about her. I'm thinking he had a honey in San Diego. That was my grandfather was the Scotchin girlfriends, like 1950s old school. My parents were strangely codependent on each other. They hung out way too much. Like they really liked each other because they never left each other's side, and they worked together. Like you really have to like somebody.
It's true. It's true. And trust them with your money.
You'll have a great time, Butterfly. You'll have a great time. You know what's so sad? I do not drink. I'm the DD. I'm the DD. Like the other night when my ex-wife came over, of course the hockey game was on. Was it? I don't know if I wasn't streaming. Oh, that's right. That's when she came to pick up Isaiah. Oh, that was before all the drama. Like basically my mom has more of a life than I do. She goes out and parties. She's part of the Chamber of Commerce. She she goes to all events. Like she's a
She doesn't
mover
have
and
a
shaker.
teenager living at the house anymore.
Yeah.
She can
So
do whatever she wants.
And my dad was an engineer, so he was a total homebody, always building stuff, Now I just have Come On Eileen just stuck in my head. There was something else. Oh, all right. So I have a social question to post to the chat, okay? And I'm totally gonna out my son on this one. So, the other day, keep in mind, like I keep an eye on my son's digital footprint, okay? Long story short, I like whenever he's talking to someone, I think I can tell the age. And he's on his Oculus. And so when he's on his Oculus, he has his speakers blaring. He's in the living room because he has a ton of room, Long story short, I heard someone say, "Oh, I only sound like a child. I'm 37 years old." and they sound like they sound like they are 12. So the face you just made, I stopped in the hallway. I stopped, like, just stop, red light. I stopped right in the hallway, and I came around the corner. He still can't see me, and I'm just sitting there listening to their conversation. And I'm gonna tell you the honest truth: this person is just playing video games. Okay, I think it's creepy. I've already had the conversation with the only other person who's say I really would even
The
entertain,
only right.
and she's kind of lags on it, but I think it's weird that's uh I think it's weird that a grown adult is talking to a minor, but I don't play
It
any
is
games or
super
do
weird.
any. Yeah. Let me guess. I'm not even looking at Liz's comment. I already know what it says. Oh, I already know what it says.
You're out of here.
I think the
Pedal
same thing,
box.
but the thing is, like, I have a high voice. My voice does not match my body. I know I trip people out when they like when people hear me talking and then they turn, they're like, "Oh, this person is a space alien," you know. So I think part of me, like, I have sympathy for people with weird voices, but this person is like talking to my child, and I'm extremely overprotective. You know,
There's nothing wrong with that, and I think a lot of not a well, some issues might be better moderated if parents were as in their kids' electronic digital
and this
footprint.
Sorry. And this particular, and because I don't like my son talking to anyone online, it creeps me out. I like, he goes on this thing called Omegle. I blocked it. He's not allowed to go on it anymore. It's this new age site where kids go on and rate each other, and YouTubers literally record people. Like, it's the internet world is lit. It is lit. So as a parent, I have to be on top of these things. You know. Anyone who talks to my kid, it trips me out. Anyone, you know. So, um, I know a big construction worker, about 30 to 39 years old, and he sounds like a young teen. And see, that's the thing. Like, you can't control your voice. There's a singer named Michelle who was part of the original Death Row. When she sang, she had the deepest voice. When she talked, she literally, I can't even imitate her voice. It was so high, you know. But that was her real voice. She was a munchkin. She had like, well, but she had the voice, is what it is, you know. Um, yeah, I know. So I'm gonna go through his Oculus later and check this person out. But the thing is, whenever I Google these people, they're just normal. I don't know. I'm weird.
And it
I
might
don't.
be a friend. I don't know. I've been so skepticized and deconditioned because I keep hearing horrible stories about horrible humans that come in whatever the flavor. There's a horrible human that could fit the description. I just fill in the adjective of choice. I'm. Oh.
That's my new dilemma, and like all day I've been like, oh, what should I do? And then earlier, I was like walking through the hallway and I heard the person's voice again. And I was like, okay, maybe he's talking to a kid because it's such a childish voice. It's such a childish voice where you think, okay, that's a child, you know?
Well, and I think with all things considered, you've got even more reason than. Well, no, all parents need to be responsible for your kids' actions on the
Yeah.
interwebs. I'm going to leave it there. It doesn't matter how divergent, non divergent, different your kid is. You need to be up in their business all the time.
Oh, my signal is wonky again. I can see on the other screen when my signal goes bad. Do you think it's because I have a ton of technology going on in here?
There might be a drain on local resources that's slightly higher than others in the neighborhood.
I have teenage neighbors too, and it is kind of a
So
prime
that's saying
hour.
a lot. But all the sewing, how many sewing machines are plugged in and how many monitors?
Okay, so I have I'm the son of an electrical engineer. I'm just lucky that my father collected computers and not stamps and bottle caps. Let's just put it that way. And so there are less computers plugged in than I'll admit to. But like I have a ton of technology in here. A ton. And to the point where I every time I plug something in, I'm like, oh yeah, that's why it wasn't plugged in. As it zaps me.
Yeah,
You could be an electromagnetic storm. It's the G-force sunburst. Big.
he is
You
the
know what?
G-force sunburst.
I am a walking, talking fire hazard. I am. But but like even right now, like I have a fan plugged in. I made sure there's a lot of stuff that's not plugged in. And there's certain lights that are not on right now. Because I can light this place up like Dodger Stadium, but it's the summer and we pull more power on the resources. Which reminds me, I cleaned out my air conditioner today. I am avoiding my middle bedroom. I'm avoiding my closet. Like butterfly, you are such a better person than me for your spring cleaning.
Mine's not been. Well, mine's been. I no, mine has been going. I cleared off my ironing table that's literally built into the wall of the home I live in, so there's no excuse for me not to press. Even though I do have another ironing board, and I still don't like to press.
What do you think about the mini ironing boards? Are those useful?
I, I don't know, but those cute little tiny mini irons that people have, I'm like, I might do that if I could just have a little mat that's like little in here. I don't know. They're so cute. I kind of want one.
When I first started streaming, I my one of my first topics. Well, when I first started streaming again by myself this time, my first topic was why are irons so expensive?
Right.
Because I went to Walmart and I wandered around like a lost human, and I'm like, why is that Hamilton Beach $75? Why the heck are iron? And this was before inflation. This was before the initial panic. It was after COVID, but before the financial panic we're in right now. I used a large ironing board on and the hands and sleeves one. I need one of those. I think that's what I'm talking about. It's because I watch a lot of people streaming and YouTubing, and I'm like, I want one of those. And I guarantee they got it on Amazon.
They do. I guess I'm really lucky. I My sleeve board that needs to be recovered was my grandma's, and I found a ham and the little tiny narrow one that you can double as a clapper at the Goodwill for like no money because people didn't know what it was.
Did you say clapper as in the clap on, clap off?
No, give me a second. I'll go get my
Okay.
fancy pressing tools.
So for those who don't know, when I was a kid, there was the commercial that was obsessively on TV, the clapper. That and the Chia Pet, and now I have both songs stuck in my head. Clap on, clap off. Oh, butterfly. I'm I'm on day 8 of cleaning my closet because I was gonna do it a week ago. Let me make you big.
Oh, okay. A ham. And you can make one with scraps and shenanigans, so there's no excuse.
Oh, that's awesome.
This tiny little, for very mini cup pressing things, but then if you can use the bottom to, after you press, to press on it the fabric with the moistures, and the wood will absorb the moisture and it presses better. So it's not a real clapper, but it doubles as one. And oh, my grandma's sleeve board, she really needs a recovering because she's a little worse for the wear right now, but
Oh, it's
she's
beautiful though.
sentimental.
Sorry, I was like in mid smoke. head on a Do they have a modern clapper or is it just the A word?
I or the equivalents. I'm going to go with probably yes. No, they do still have the necklace ones, but I
Because
think that's going to be phased out over time. We have
you're
the
gonna
same
freak out
here.
on how. Sorry.
Oh,
No, I was just gonna go off about how I am weirdly wired. I have Google Home to where I can walk through my house and turn things off either by my phone or by saying Google, turn off blah blah
oh,
blah. I'm so tapped. I am so
I'll
phone.
be. I hold on.
Okay. Now I have the clapper song just running through my head. Yeah, I do have a travel board, and don't you? You can still buy a brand new clapper on Amazon for $30. That's awesome. That's like in my at my local grocery store. They still sell chia pets, and those things fly off the shelf. You'd be surprised. They still, and I'll tell you because I'm the crazy person who buys a chia pet. You know, having houseplants makes me feel like an adult. I have many houseplants. I have a money tree. I have a cactus. I have all kinds of houseplants. Keeping houseplants alive makes me feel like I'm doing something productive. All right, I gotta clean this space off because I made this space for sewing and it has just become something to put all my crap on. But I'm going to try to finish this vest in this live stream. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I've already changed my thread. Does anybody have a movie that they obsessively watch? I have a portable DVD player over here. Well, you can barely see it because it's in the corner because I have so many screens over here. But I watch the Animatrix because I absolutely love that DVD. And it's something that I watch when I'm sewing or I just have it on in the background. Liz, I just saw your text. If you're there, I don't know if you are. I used to live in Arizona. I don't know if I could ever live in Arizona again. That place has completely changed. I would live in Nevada, but Arizona has changed. And it's not for the better. And to all my Arizona brothers and sisters, I have a ton of family that lives out there. I'm not bad mouthing Arizona. I'm just saying it's not necessarily a place that I would live. Even though I because I used to live there. But it's a great place if you like riding dirt bikes and if you're into ATVs and all kinds of fun things like that. So I'm making this vest because it dawned on me that for everything I make, I haven't made a vest like this in a while, and that was like the staple of what I did when I first started sewing. And I have way more of this material than I'd like to admit. So I'm definitely going to use it for the lining. I lived in the Southwest. I'd live in the Southwest if it was like 40 years ago. Now the water situation is so sketchy that I'm gonna say that is true. I didn't think about that. They will not have water like 50 years from now, but that's most desert cities except for Nevada because of I'm saying except for Vegas because of where it sits and the Hoover Dam. But most places are gonna run out of water. That is a very good point. And from an engineering standpoint, actually, Arizona and a place like San Antonio, Texas is amazing. But again, San Antonio has its own water source. I didn't think about that. Moving is awful. Moving, for as much as I'm stoked about it, like moving is absolutely awful. especially when you have the amount of crud that I have. How's it going, dude?
But
Hold on. Hygiene's important. So you guys think I should do you guys think I should step in on Isaiah's body, huh? I haven't decided yet, but I think it's the voicing that creeps me out, but I don't want to judge somebody based on their voice because I have a voice that does not necessarily match what I look like. So, I'm trying not to judge people too hard, but I'm also not a person who plays video games online. So is it normal for an adult to be playing a game where a child is in the room? I don't know. I don't know these things. I'm old, jaded. I have gray hairs on my beard. I sit at home and sew and watch reruns of After Henry. So I'm one of those people who err on the side of caution. But I don't know. And I think because I walked by and heard this person again today, I'm super sketched out about it. I'm like super sketched out about it. And as you know, and in today's world with digital parenting, you really have to keep an eye on who's around your kid. When Isaiah first got his PlayStation, one of the first messages someone sent him was, "How old are you? How old are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, nope, blog, blog, blog." I play a flight sim game and there were kids on, just a couple, and one 89-year-old. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't know the protocol. Am I just being an overprotective parent? Like, and I'm not anti overprotective parents, you know. I mean, if you're 19 or 20, I guess it's okay. If you're in your 30s, that's sketchy. That's what I thought. When they said their age, I stopped in the hallway. I literally was like, "What? Wait a minute. What do you think, Phoenix? Am I being over parenty?"
no, I think you're actually being appropriate and that are not from. I, I have the level of this one aspect of like, you don't have progeny, so what gives you a say? But then I also may have this other thing that's given me quite a bit of experience interacting with folks and things, and
Hmm.
I'm like, eh, this makes more sense. This
And I
pathway,
always,
I don't think so much.
yeah. And I always jokingly say, like, oh, well, not jokingly. I always say, like, oh, because he's special needs. But regardless of if he's
You
special
should
needs or
do it
not,
for
I
all
think,
any of your right.
yeah.
It doesn't matter what your need or ability of your kid is. This is just age appropriate internet parenting that folks need to catch up to because this is the new reality and how you protect your kids is not the same as it used to be.
And who was that guy to catch a schmeditor? What was that show called? Was it? I always say Chris Matthews, but that was the old guy with the blonde hair. It
Oh,
was
Matt Walsh.
no.
Oh
He
no,
was on Chris
that's
Chris Hansen. Is that him? He had a YouTube channel for a while.
oh oh. I'm thinking of the one who got in trouble for like being a bad human himself.
I think that might be him. He had his original show on MSNBC. He would bust people, and I'll never forget. I had a really good friend. I miss her. Buffy, if you're watching, I miss you. She moved to Florida. We're sitting here watching the show. She legitimately looks at me and she's like, "I know that guy." So one of the guys who got busted, like she knew from around the way, like but
But still,
but that but because of that show, I know that it is illegal to talk to a minor in the state of California. So even if you're out of state and you're like not a parent or a friend, you can't talk to a kid. And it's an obscure law, but we protect people call us commies in California. We just don't play. We don't play.
well, there's some things where California is kind of like not
True.
completely truthful on certain things in certain time places, but I think every once in a while they had a good thought. I don't, but were the old things being appropriately enforced to need the new things? but that might be just me just being an outsider.
Hey, I'm back. I had a woman on the property in distress that I miss. I'm still ranting.
That which humans are still in distress, so nothing's changed.
And then, and I think this is an important topic. This is something that I'm
It
of a
is.
certain age where, like, I used to be that cool guy on a dirt bike or going really fast in a car like an idiot. And now I'm a parent. And now I have to deal with these things like an adult.
Yeah,
Absolutely, Kilroy. Liz is tougher than all of us. You guys have
she's
no
definitely
idea.
else.
But I'm like, I'm trying to find that median because my
I
son's
don't think there
homeschooled.
is one. I think you're doing the right thing with the right information. I'm gonna stick to my words. I don't think enough parents are in their kids' tech business enough. And but how do you do with the fake accounts or all this? I don't know. It's so. I don't know.
I'm mean. I'm mean. I block everybody. That's why I wear that patch. F you. I have enough friends. People call me and they're like, how can you live with people not liking you? I'm like, okay, have a seat. Let me teach you how to live your life. Let me
That's
teach
the
you how to
easy
live.
part. It's enjoying the ones you have that's the hard part. And
Oh, the clapper was legit, Liz. And I still have the commercial in my head. But I don't, if you rock with me, I absolutely love you. I think you're awesome. But if you don't, that's okay too. Like, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and I know that,
no, and I don't want to be. I don't try it.
Exactly. I keep my block list on all platforms very exactly because I don't have time for creepos. And there are some really I wouldn't they're higher up atheist YouTubers. And I'm talking about subscriber count because they're shrubs like the rest of us. But there's some people that try to come at me. And I'm not kidding you. Still to this day, I would write, I do not fight people on the internet. That's all I would type. Because I don't. I just don't see a point into it. I'll just block you. I won't even fight somebody. Unless you stalk me, then I will let you know. You don't know until you know. You should be involved. That's exactly. That's why, like, any email that is sent to him comes through me. I shadowed his account. So anything that he does, I can see. I but where's that line? Like, I had old school
Until they're
parents where my dad would.
18.
Yeah. My
No,
dad used to.
it's like we don't let them vote. We don't let them go into the military before then. They can't drink. You shouldn't. You used to have to need your parents' permission to get a piercing or a tattoo. So let
Wait,
alone the other thing.
you don't need permission for a piercing?
No, you do until 18.
Okay. I was about to say, because in my day you did.
Right. Unless I mean, granted, something may have changed, but I thought you needed parental permission until certain ages. So, yeah, I go with 18 or they move out.
I come from the school. My dad used to always tell me, "You don't have rights. You're a minor." He used to always
You
tell
don't,
me,
and
"You
it's
don't
true,
have."
you don't.
Oh, but I'm cool. I'm not cool, Dad. I'm a little bit like my parents were hardcore. I'm more observant. I don't have blanket rules. I'm case by case. My parents were like hardcore, and
Well, your job
I
is
feel
not to
like,
be cool, Dad. It's to be
yeah.
Dad.
No,
Unless
I
I
agree.
miss something.
Oh no, I agree with you. But I'm also not like my parents were harsh, and I'm not a screamer I'm just not angry like that. I'll talk to you. I'll give you a
Right.
5-hour speech. You'll hate me even more. I'll sit you down and be like, let's review. Let's talk about the decision you just made and why are we here? And I have time. Nothing but
That's a better. I. The pen is
I,
mightier than the sword,
I'm
or
all
the
about. Oh, damn right. I'm all about like how did we get here and how can we not get here again? Absolutely. Alibaba, it is time for a coffee break. Where's my coffee? I'm talking about life too much. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? Let's see what else is. Ooh, today's National Skipping Day. When I was a kid, it wasn't just a girl thing, but I was hardcore on the jump rope. And especially those like old school scholastic ones with the plastic around the rope. I love
And
those
the
too.
plastic beads on the rope, like it
Damn
was
right.
ropes and a plastic handle, and it made that sound on the floor that was.
That's absolutely. Oh, and okay, we'll go with the heavy one before the weird one. Um, Today is World Day for Laboratory Animals.
So we give a moment of silence for all of the dogs that Fauci
I
experimented on.
I had to click on it because I was like, wait a minute, what? Like we're not over because if anyone's old enough, like in the 80s, Animal Lib was huge. Animal
Mm-hmm.
Lib was huge, and it kind of fizzled out like by the mid '90s. But like, it would trip me out that we still have a Remembrance Day because people are
Well, they're
still
still
testing
being
on animals.
tested on. That's not ended.
It's crazy to me. It's because I live in a bubble. I'm like literally like Shaun of the Dead. Like the
Just
world's
stay there.
crumbling around.
It's okay sometimes to not know what's really. But no, in this case, you kind of do need. Never mind. I retract my statement.
Cool. Let's stab some rats and celebrate. That's what I thought. I was like, what the heck is this day about? Oh, it's also let's see. Oh, I actually made some the other night. It's National Pigs in a Blanket Day. So I was cleaning out my fridge and I found a pack of hot dogs. And so I got the Pillsbury muffins and I wrapped them around the hot dog. It was the greatest thing on. It's what my son loves. He loves when I get the munchies at
Vegetables.
10:30 at night. He knows what munchies are when I start making like giant meals at 10:30 at night. I'm like, "Are you hungry?" Cuz I'm about to make something huge.
Oh, man.
And I know this was people used to call him the Yahtzee Pope, but today is the celebration of the Yahtzee Pope's coronation, who coincidentally was the only pope to stand down in our lifetimes. Because I was raised Roman Catholic, the popes are always talked about in circles around because I still hang out with people who are Roman Catholic, and it weirds me out that people look at him like they look at the Dalai Lama. And now that I said the Dalai Lama, I want to throw up like 5 times.
Well, see that I thought the same thing. I heard a lot of things that say the same thing, and then I heard Buddhists say like in that culture that's not a weird thing, but it's a weird thing in light of all the other really
Nope.
creepy, gross, weird things going on. So I don't know the
Okay,
truth anymore in
then I'm
that
gonna snap a
instance in
little.
particular. But it was really distasteful to our current sentiments of the world. I concur.
I'm gonna snap just a little bit. Then I'm gonna be a
Fair.
pancake eating cheeseburger, non Dalai Lama liking American then because that is not my bag.
Right,
But
that's not my TM either.
But to bring it back to a better subject, and if you're of a certain age and you say you don't like these people, I know you're lying. And one of these people grew up to be a weirdo conservative, and I still like this particular group. Today is New Kids on the Block Day.
Oh, I had their posters on my
Thank you.
wall.
Thank you. Let's not front. Let's not pretend. Let's not sit
I used
here.
to go through the magazines at my grandparents' house on the porch in the summer and then plaster my wall. Okay, it it's yeah. I
I
just seriously outed myself.
I talk about it all the time. Like I loved the movie Cool as Ice with Vanilla Ice, but because where I'm from, having a what's called a crotch rocket is frowned upon. You have to have a Harley. And so I always wanted a motorcycle like Vanilla Ice. So trust me, I'm from that era. Like I will never make fun of anybody for
Well, no, you can't, because you would just literally make fun of yourself.
absolutely.
I can't deny what may or may not actually be the truth.
but Marky Mark has become a weird conservative, like a weirdo. Um and he's making these weird posts like, "Oh, I just moved my family from LA to Vegas. Vegas is so peaceful." Bro, Vegas has a higher crime rate than LA. You're bad at math. Oh, I don't know. I'm one of those people where people they like whenever you get this, I'm moving from LA, you get this like post of, "Oh, it's such a war zone." No. Unless you live in downtown LA, it's just no one can afford to live here, really is what the problem is.
And you basically have no water.
We're back
And
on
there's
the we're gonna be
always a
back.
weird. This it's not that California is California. It's Governor Newsom is like, and your representatives are out of touch and out of line, in my opinion.
You know, the best way to describe it was everybody was against, like not everybody, but people were like, "We're tired of masks." And Gavin Newsom was like, "Okay, after the recall, if I win, I'll restrict the masks mandates." When he won with 90 something of the vote, and yes, Marky Mark jumped the shark. I was so mad when I found out that but anyways, that day when he won, he was like, "All right, we're back on lockdown. You have to wear masks everywhere. Ha ha ha, I won. You can't, it's the law." Literally. And I'm a masker. I still wear my mask everywhere. That's not the
And there's
issue.
nothing wrong with that, but it's that your representatives are lying farce holes.
And while everybody was sleeping last year, I bring this up as much as I can because don't get arrested in California because we legalize slavery. If you go to jail or prison over a certain amount of time, they can legally do anything they want to you, i.e., the fire jumpers. We have an army of fire jumpers here in California that have millions of dollars of equipment on them, have millions of dollars of training, and are not paid. They're slaves. They're fire slaves. You know,
Well,
and so
because
they
those
passed the
shitty
law.
fires, like if you don't live in fire season or haven't, if that if that is not a season where you live, you don't you don't understand.
On my Instagram, I have pictures of the sky blacked out. It's 11 o'clock in the morning and the sky is blacked out.
Oh, I
I
love it.
felt like
Like,
I
is
was
that
in Mordor.
apocalyptic grayish brown colored? Like, that's my favorite.
I like, man, whenever there was the Oregon fires and all the California, was that 2 or 3 years ago?
Oh, it's been every year for the past 6.
It was so bad. Like, I started heading east. I was like, I'm just gonna start heading east. I basically made it halfway to Vegas before I could see the sky. I was literally out in the middle of the desert before because the smoke was so bad.
Yeah, I know. And then we get it from like Alaska and Seattle. Like, when did Alaska and Seattle start having fire as a season?
It's because weather's changed, and so it's
It's
drier
true.
climate, tons of underbrush. That's why
Yeah.
I'm scared for this season because we're already cutting. We're already cutting things back. We're already, because fire
No,
season.
no, it's true. We've only got a couple more weeks, and we've had so much water. Like, I'm glad Lake Shasta's or Shasta Lake's filled up, because yeah, we're going to be stealing water from California because I'm worried about the fire season. Thanks,
Yay,
California.
Alibaba. You know what? At this point, We're all at the same creek. You know, it's hot in here. It is hot in here. I am so not going to be able to
My
hang.
heater's still going off. You stop your kvetching. You're making us all jealous where it's cold still.
Oh man, let me start on this vest. Do you know I'm a fabric hoarder. I am going to try. I said this yesterday on Phoenix Dream, and I'm going to stick by it. I'm going to try to go 7 days without buying any fabric.
All right, starting from yesterday or today?
From yesterday.
All right, so I come rally on next week's stream on my station, and we'll see how well the results are.
Yeah, it's because I went crazy. I went crazy this last weekend, like a crazy person. I'm looking at it because I showed some of it off yesterday. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why, but I went crazy. I went fabric nuts.
Was this before or after your world kind of went upside down and you may or may not have been emotionally fabric shopping?
Before, because a shipwreck is a shipwreck even with a new shipwreck.
Okay.
Hey native, how's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Heck yeah. But you know what? Like I joke and talk trash, but like my ex-wife and I, we have become friends. I'm just gonna I'm the only stable person in this relationship, and I can't believe I have to say that again. It's been 12 years since I've said that. So I will just be myself. I will just continue.
Yes, because you're cleaning out the third bedroom so she can sleep in it and do whatever she wants to pay you rent. And none of the fancy things, but co-parent from the same house.
No, she can live here. I'm gonna go move. I'm gonna go move to Costa Rica. Everyone can live here. The bills are paid. Y'all can come live here. I'm gonna move.
You can stay, but I'm out.
We need one responsible dog in the house at all times.
We only need one.
So, oh, what was that? Oh, you were looking for watermelon fabric and couldn't find it, so you made up 4 yards in that by getting drunk. Well, I couldn't. You're right. You're right. That's exactly what happened. It's because, and again, I say this all the time. If you see something you like, grab it right then and there. If you can afford it, of course. But like, I waited too long. I only bought a couple yards and then I waited too long and I came back and it was not there. I was so disappointed. And I figured because it was tacky, no one wanted it. Because I love the tacky fabric. I like dressing like because I dress like I wear black every day with a vest. I dress like I'm in a Norwegian death metal band. I do. I'm this short of painting my face like I'm in Kiss. I think that's epic, but I'm not Norwegian, so that's not my thing.
Well, Kiss wasn't Norwegian either.
In certain, like in Norway and in certain bands, they do this really epic black and white face paint, or they'll do black tears with the white face paint. It's sick.
Yep.
And like,
yes,
I love it.
It's just playing with colors in a different way. It's like fabric paint, but on your face. What's wrong with that?
But really.
I've not dressed my clown face full enough yet. That's the least of your worries of like, oh my god, maybe you should question the sanity of that one.
Honestly, I can't hang out with quote unquote normal people because they just don't get it, you know. Normal people are like, why are we going to the 4th fabric store today? And you promised me lunch.
Well, lunch is coming. Only 4 before lunch. Oh my god! It's 6 or nothing. What's going on here? You're breaking my heart.
Well, in my town, they have weirdly put all the yuppies stuff in the same place at the same time. So all of the they've moved all the fabric stores, all the major chains. they've moved to this newer development area because where I live, it's all about making money, and they've moved to where all the big houses are. So it's like it's weird. It's weird. So when I go to Walmart, there's a Michael's next to it, and there's a Joann's across the street.
Well,
It's
at least you don't have
ridiculous.
to travel far between just locations.
And Hobby Lobby is less than half of a mile from there. But like I've been saying, Hobby Lobby, like when I walk in with my godless patches, they don't trip on me. They're like, "Hey, can I help you? How's it going, godless person? Why did you walk in here with your godless patch?" Like they scare me. You could God, yes, you would look good in brave heart blue on one side and white on the other. Done. Halloween. My name is William. I have
Why
the
wait
wig
till
already.
Halloween? We can be from the Insane Clown Posse and be doing our makeup next week.
Well, I was thinking about being the Black or Green Ranger, but I have to start doing push-ups now because that
Well,
requires a perfect.
you've been saying that since the beginning of the year. It's been a while since this idea has been going on.
It's
Times have
because
changed. Check in with the kid and then reassess. But there's no reason why you shouldn't be doing some push-ups today. Because why wait till
oh,
tomorrow when you can be fabulous today?
I work out. It's not the push-ups I'm worried about. It's the sit-ups, and I'm addicted to pancakes, waffles, sitting
So
in
you
this
need more
chair.
cardio and less carbs and more. Yeah.
I said that a couple weeks ago. I eat so many carbs. When I sweat, I starch my shirt. I'm crazy. I'm crazy.
That's funny.
I like, sometimes I wonder if I'm deficient because like I eat a lot of like I'm addicted to bananas, but it's not potassium. Like
It
I'm
usually
addicted.
did you? Oh, we talked about this yesterday. You were gonna do a thing.
I need to. I need to. And my predecessor, my one and only predecessor left threatened me. She was like, "I think you do have the BDs. You need to get a test." She's like,
Just
"Your behavior has changed."
well, that can be a marker for some.
Wow, pancake season here. So much maple syrup. Oh, I had
Stop
pancakes
teasing
for.
me with real maple syrup. I remember going to the maple tree farms and having it tapped and cooked over a wooden stove,
Oh,
over the kettle in a giant cast iron. But it was like March, and they cooked it, and it was cold, and we walked around the woods, and I have fond memories of maple syrup season and Johnny cakes.
now
Okay.
I'm starving all over again. I I went shopping. I went to my favorite greasy spoon and I had a healthy dinner of chicken, waffles, eggs, and bacon. Fried chicken, eggs, and waffles.
None of that was healthy. At least from those descriptions, because you could have air
Oh
fried
no,
the
it's not.
chicken and done with the spray and the at-home waffle maker. You could have saved yourself at least 700 calories if you made that at home. And so, butterfly, yes, yes, that's what. There's no medical, legal, spiritual, non-spiritual, financial, election fortification. If you're here for advice, you're at the wrong station. I did it this time.
We are just shrubs on the internet. Yep, the good wood cooked stuff. You know what? Honestly, I'm thinking about making a forge and a wooden stove because I hang out in my backyard, and I love wood pizza. I love like real made pizza on a wood oven, on a brick oven. I apologize, on a big brick oven.
I just want to do glass blowing and metal forging, so you had me at forge.
I'm an
But
extremely I'm weirdly proactive. And years ago, my cousin and I we talked about it, and I'm the kind of person where I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna actually do that. But I've been clearing this space on my side. But Odin brought a friend home.
Oh, did
And
she now? Like
and
tinier
this
than her, or
emaciated, he's a tomcat. I can tell he doesn't have a collar. And I can he's because I can tell Odin is a little bit smaller. This cat is a tomcat. Its paws
yeah?
are huge and it's skinny.
Oh,
And it's
she
white
brought her
and
boyfriend
gray.
home for dinner.
And it's white and gray. So now I'm feeding two cats. And it was all scared today. And even Odin was standing there like, no, this human's okay. This human feeds us. Like, it's okay. See, I'm standing
Oh,
here. And it stared at me. And I kind of backed off and I'm like, oh, bro, imbibe. So I put two bowls out there.
oh, I got this new one. Well, there's two new little babies. I think they're 4 months old. There's a gray, floofy one who I haven't seen in a while, and she's like, I don't know. I haven't checked to see if she's packing yet, but this big orange and white who I've named Ginger Snaps because if you live outside, I name my cats by food. And if you live in the house, you might be deified. But so those are the choices in my world.
there are there are now 6 cats that frequent my backyard. And 4 of them have collars and are chipped, and 2, which are mine, do not. And
Right.
that's how
So
I
that's a
knew it
pretty good
wasn't.
telling of and all those moocher cats. You got rich families. Go home.
Especially around here because like my neighbor, and that's another thing, that my neighbor I don't get along with, his cats for some reason love my house.
Right,
And
because you got
so,
snacks all the time, twice a day.
but he has a cat bar in front of his house. So they like do their business at his house and come and party at mine.
That yes, that
Which I'm okay with, and they don't destroy my plants anymore because that weird cat thing with the light worked.
good.
My friend's cat brings home friends, baby raccoons, and a couple bobcats, 1 lynx, nothing much. I'm telling you, I think they all hang out. There was one night, I turned on the light. Odin was sitting there, and the possum was eating its food, and Odin was like, "No, I'll allow it. I'll allow it." You
Oh,
know,
in a similar vein, so I live in a place where cougars, like the actual cat, is a real thing that comes off the mountains. And at the university that may be in my town, there had been a sighting of a four-legged cougar on the campus, and some cheeky kid was like, "Oh yeah, no, that was just my mom," and it still goes viral sometimes. Oh yeah.
yay, Liz. You know what though? It makes me feel like a better human because I'm taking care of animals that can't take care of themselves.
It is a good feeling. Now you
And
just
I'm
need to
feeding.
get them see if you can get safe traps so that you can get them fixed and do the next service to them.
Well, now that Nosey's going to be hanging around, she's going to show up with her traps, and she'll be.
Fair. I went from street cat to crate trained in 2 weeks. I just put his food in his crate, and he was like, "Okay, I can do this." And then we went to the vet for lots of attention.
She's a
The
man
man
eater. Alibaba around here, we have cougars and lynx as well. And actually, it's really sad because people hit them on the highway, and you see them like they're 200-pound cats. There. There was one time. Gosh, how old is my son? He's 13, 14 years ago. My ex-wife pulled over and cried over a cougar.
See, don't you wish then that you could just take it home and like save the pelt and make a beautiful lynx fur jacket?
I've been threatening to do that with the trash pandas around here if they.
Why not? If it's free material, it just is a little different.
Same here, butterfly. It's just because I grew up. around dogs my entire life, it's strange to me to be the cat guy. Like, I'm the crazy cat lady. I am
I,
officially the crazy.
cats make more sense to me, but I didn't grow up with dogs, so I'm like, cats. I don't know. We just understand each other.
I'll tell you, cats are independent.
They
And
are.
Liz, you do have your own TARDIS. You are our favorite time traveler. And I'm not kidding. My ex-wife, she can come live here. I will be gone tomorrow. I will be doing a live on somewhere else. I've always wanted to go to Japan, but I'm scared of the climate over there right now. So I'm gonna go somewhere near the equator. I'm gonna go somewhere right near the equator.
Oh, but there's fungal infections there because it's so damp.
I hate dogs. They're too hyper and interactive. Cats actually have independence.
I see. Yeah, Killer. I'm the same. I don't know. We just get each other. I'm like, you love me, you don't love me. I'm sad when you don't love me, and then when you do love me, it's all is good in the world.
Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of explained it the best. He said that dogs are so hyper because they have short lifespans. And so they basically enjoy their lives.
That's true. I do know this little yippy dog who I keep seeing every time I see him. They get so excited. I'm like, don't waste your heartbeats on me. I'm really not that exciting. Like, stop. Just chillax. Like, you don't need to be jumpy and hyper. I'm nothing special, dog.
That's the one thing I like about dogs is they are blindly loyal and they'll wake you up in a fire. A cat will break out and watch from across the street.
I I don't know. My cat. Well, this current batch of cats, as opposed to my old batch of cats, are pretty good at knowing when humans need some special attention. But all my cats knew. I just didn't recognize. Well, yeah, it depends on the. I'm not going to talk anymore about that.
I'm not necessarily anti either. I'll tell you the honest truth. I do not have the emotional space for a pet that's going to act like a child. I do not
Yeah, so
have the
you need a
emotion.
cat. You do.
Exactly.
Your cat showed up when you needed them. You're like, I can't deal
Exactly.
with this, and then you magically had a cat.
And like honestly, still, I'm not kidding you. If Odin morphed into a human and was like, "We need to go on a quest," I'll believe it because the cat came out of nowhere,
Yeah,
absolutely nowhere.
and with one eye, yeah, there's
I stare at her all the time. She looks at me with her one eye, like, yeah, dude, I have one eye. Get over it. And I'm like, you legitimately have one eye.
well, if that's the worst of her health ailments, you're doing pretty good.
And she's not like she doesn't have labored breathing or anything. She's not like
Good.
lethargic. She's a cat. And like I have arbors everywhere. I have grape arbors. I have evergreen trees that have grown through arbors. She climbs up on that.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
perfect.
she's a cat.
It sounds like it, and good that the no labored breathing, because that's like the worst.
I'm observant. I'm damningly observant. That's how I could take a picture of a possum quietly.
That's just patience and being doped up on special thing on the. Oh no, what is it? Satan's cabbage, the devil's lettuce. What's the new
I
vernacular these
love
days?
I love it when people call it the devil's lettuce. That reminds me of Amish mafia. I love it when they say the devil's lettuce because I'm so sheltered because I was so sheltered as a kid. Like, I know the Cheech and Chong stuff. I know like all the West Coast terms. There's certain things where I'm like, people actually say that. That's a real saying.
It
And the
is.
devil's lettuce is
It is funny, and I grew up someplace where you had to actually worry about Amish horse and buggy carriages, and you had to be. It was real.
absolutely, Liz. That'll be the well, my punk band name is Jewish Space. What is it? Jewish Space Lasers from Outer Space. And my first record will be called The Devil's Lettuce. Gotta do some laundry and things. Oh, you know what's so funny? Like one of the reasons I love live streaming is because it distracts me from my everyday life. And like
I,
I'm literally I'm looking at the laundry I have to do right now. I'm like sitting
oh,
across from my washer and dryer.
no, I was good. I did the laundry yesterday. The washing machine may or may not have bounced because I may or may not have overfilled it. And I folded and laundry got all put away today except for towels and other ancillary things that we won't talk about. But I was a good kid yesterday and planned ahead, and I needed clothes.
My neighbor's cat would visit every day. They had a kid and the kid was very touchy with the cat. The cat didn't like that first year. Yep. You know what's really funny? Oh, I miss Simmy. Isaiah had a cat with my ex-wife, and Isaiah was a heavy petter, and the cat was like, I don't like either one of you, and the cat left and never came back. When they moved, and we had to like concoct because he asked for weeks, where's my cat? And we were like, oh, Simmy will come back. Simmy. And he named Simmy when he was a little boy, and Simmy never came back. I like to think that Simmy grew up and had a wife and kids. Hey, Water Night, how's it going? How's it going? I like to think that Simmy went on a Costa Rican vacation.
Right, it's like when your kid's pet goldfish dies and you like flushed it down the toilet and you're like, and the goldfish went into the river of dreams.
Or that imaginary farm. I'm quoting The Sopranos, but that imaginary farm, you know, where there's poop up to the rafters, where every dog on Earth is gone. You know,
Yeah.
how's it going, Water Night? Hello. But he's of that age where we can tell him the truth. Simmy joined a gang. Simmy joined a gang of cats. And
Is he a blood or a crip? Or is there a new one I don't know about that I should be informed of so I can be prepared?
Simmy was kind of orangey red, so Simmy was already jumped in. See, that's the thing. I don't have emotional space for a pet like that. So, and I tell Isaiah all the time, if you want to get a pet, bro, I'll buy. We can get an elaborate fish tank. Because old stepdad, his on his mom's side had one, and even though it's a bit of a pain, I loved that thing. I would stare at it like a television. It was busy.
I know, but a cat's so much better because they sit in your lap sometimes and you love them and pet them and they come around and they're like, oh, hello, kitty, kitty.
True. That is that is one thing, and everyone's gonna be mad at me for saying this, but the birds don't hang out in my yard anymore because I have an army of cats around my house.
That's a different problem. And that's a different problem.
I'm a picture taker. I have a Nikon right there. I love my Nikon, and I love taking like random shots, like of just of anything. And I used to get pictures of really rare birds because it's warm weather here,
Yeah.
and I would get pictures of red robins. Blue jays are prevalent here, but like
We have robins all year round here.
not here. Cardinals, all kinds of things, and blue jays are so mean they drive everything off. Simmy joined a gang. And so the cats have driven away my bird watching. Watch out, or an ant farm. Yes, I wouldn't mind an ant farm, but my house is weirdly infested with crickets and ants.
Right. The house is an ant farm.
There's some amazing, it's really funny you say that, Water and I have my grandmother's old 1970s television with the full cabinet in storage, and that thing is like a full. I mean, when it's heavy, I mean like 150, 200 pounds. It's like built. So I was only.
You need the kid to help you lift it or a dolly.
Oh, he's man size. He does not like
So he
that.
can just you have your assistants. You're like, all right, kid, it's time to break this out of storage.
If you should die at home, the guy wouldn't hesitate to eat you. Just saying. I agree, brother. See, that's why I'm like, you
It's
can't
true,
live in
but I'm
my
okay
house.
with that.
I agree, Native. I agree. I am a big time picture taker. Do you have grackles in LA? They're awful in Texas. To Google. I have to look that up.
I do where I live, and there's been actually an increase in crows and ravens because the murders have gotten bigger over time since I've lived where I live. Like in Seattle, there was always like 50, 100 raven crow murders, and there wasn't that originally, but they're at least 20. They're getting bigger around here.
Water nay. Water nay. Did I say nigh?
Did you F
Disclaimer,
it up again?
Godless Sewing cannot speak English. Water nay.
Nay,
Water nay.
nay,
Nay.
nay.
Water
Oh,
nay.
no.
I know. It's kind of like when you say certain words over and over, you can no longer. Yes, we have grackles here. Yes, we do.
No,
We
but I thought it
do.
was like face, so like I think it's nay.
Water nay. Okay. Yes,
But
we
if we
have
screw up,
grackles
we're
here.
just morons. We don't dislike you, and we're not doing it on purpose.
And as someone who speaks 2 languages, I can barely speak both.
I can barely speak the one I can speak.
Spanish though, I've been practicing more, aka hanging out with people that speak or putting myself in situations where and honestly with my cowboy hat on, people do not speak English to me. They just assume that where I'm from, most people that wear cowboy hats do not speak English.
Yeah, probably same around where I live.
And so because of that, most people assume I do not, but that's a Southern Californian thing where people get mad when they go to our DMV and we have like our books are in Thai, they're in like Korean, Chinese,
Vietnamese,
Spanish.
Russian, Mandarin,
For real.
and what's the other dialect? Because Chinese is not a language; it's a place. It's Mandarin. Oh, and Cantonese.
Yes. Huge. All right, be safe, Liz. Be safe. I know you're not doing it on purpose. That's why I'm gently messing with you about it. I get because I'm half and half, people think I'm everything except for what I actually am. And it wasn't until I went to the East Coast did I not understand what Puerto Rican was. Everyone under the second I crossed the Mississippi, what kind of Puerto Rican are
Nobody's
you?
Mexican on the East Coast. Everybody's Puerto Rican. I want to be an American. I want to be an American. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not my culture, but I had Puerto Rican friends. That doesn't make me worthy.
No one. Everybody was like, "You need to stop lying." I tell them what race, and they like, "Stop lying. You're Puerto Rican. Get over it." Okay, whatever. Oh, whatever,
Because
dude.
plantanos and frijoles and arroz is the best.
But because I speak Spanish, it throws people off. Oh, is my signal getting wonky again? Good old. I love it when my signal gets bad. Oh, it is bad. Okay, there it goes. People look at me and see what they want to see. Absolutely. My father used to call me a rent-a-ethnic. He would say I could be an extra in any movie that had brown people in it. It's true. Even
Right, I know. I only get cast as vampires.
I love it when people think that I do not speak English though, because they'll walk up and they'll see me speaking Spanish and they'll like, because around here there are people who will live their whole life and they don't speak a word of English, especially in
Mm-hmm.
California. I think it's that solar flare. When I went for my coffee, the news was talking about it. I'm gonna have to look that up. There was a solar flare in like 2018 or something. I read it in Scientific American. It was the largest solar flare to ever hit the Earth, and they didn't tell us about it until a year and a half later because they didn't know what was gonna happen.
Well, so that was practice for all the bull shenanigans that's happened over the past couple of days.
Do you do the Latino affront when someone miscountries you and tell them you're a proud Mexican? I do. I try not to because like Mexicans are no joke. Like because it's the borderland between Guatemala and America. Central and South Americans do not like Mexican people. It's a weird rivalry. So I correct people real quick.
Right?
But
Because there's all these infighting weird little things that, like in America, you're like, oh, you look like this, you're from this place. Come into the back and we'll mix you up. And they're like, no, don't mix us up with that. We're not that.
it's also a weird thing. Like my grandparents were like on my mom's side, they're Caucasian. And so
Right?
my grandparents were like, "Nah, dude, we're Mexican. We're from Mexico." But in Mexico, like people of color separate themselves from Caucasian people, and they're all Mexican. You know what I'm saying? Like we as humans,
Yep.
we it's so weird, and it's more of a regional thing. Like the more northern you go, it's more Caucasian, and the more south you go, is you get more of the Aztec Inca people that are my color.
Right. But is that because of Mormons and rich Americans moving over that they have predominated, or is this an old standing thing?
Say that again. Sorry, my son is screaming in the living room, and it's so distracting because I wonder who he's talking to.
Hopefully not Call of Duty guy. Um, what did I say? Oh, because rich Americans have moved gently south of the U.S. Mexican border, or because of the weird Mormons who've moved over there.
Both, but the Mormons are being pushed out because the cartels are like anybody can live here but you. It's
They
sad but
watched the
true.
went to the Lori Daybell case and we're like, "You're too weird for us. You gotta go."
Because honestly, like if you have money, they don't care if you live there. You can live in one of the most dangerous places on earth. If you have money, they don't care. But like, uh, and today my son told me this really weird. Nope was the largest 1849. Took all the electrical stuff, limited at the time, but killed a couple teletype operators. All electricity changed magnets wouldn't work again. I'm in Oklahoma. There's a solar storm, and that's supposed to make the northern lights visible to us. That's awesome.
I know.
I'm
I want to
so
see
jealous.
them. I'm too far. How are Oklahoma's more south? That's not fair. We're
Can I see
south.
them? You know
I
what's so
don't like.
funny? I I used to be when my ex-wife and I broke up, I used to drink a lot, and I would go on the side of my house with my telescope with a bottle and stare at the sky. I miss those days. Some of the most peaceful, and we're always in a meteor storm. Every night there are meteors bombarding Earth. So if you go outside and stare at the sky long enough, you'll see a shooting star. I think the history guy on YouTube has a good video on it. That's awesome. I should be able to see them too. I'm so jealous, native atheist. I am so jealous. I
I
went
know.
I went
You live up north. That should be easy for you most of the time.
I was about to say I went up north and all like we went up north to go see him. We didn't see him, but we took a bunch of mushrooms on Victoria Island, and then I
So I was
saw the
like, it
northern
was
lights.
almost the same.
They weren't real. The sky was
But
just
I saw flashing lights.
Shout out. There are certain things where I'm like, it makes me like cry if someone like, but shout out to that hippie girl on Vancouver Island that just randomly handed me mushrooms and was like, "Hey, welcome, welcome to Canada."
Would you like some treats now?
I'm so jealous. I hear the cartels are taking over a lot of the rural areas. Yeah, Mexico has completely been ruined and changed because now I have that song stuck in my head. Wishing on the side. Um, Mexico's been ruined actually by what's happened. I've said this 100 times. The old president, Vicente, whatever his name was, he basically came to the cartels and gave them property, and there was no crime. And then when the new president came in, he was like, I'm going to be tough on crime. And now they have a war. And when you take away Mexico's GNP was tourism, they got their money from us and from people coming around the world because they have some of the most beautiful places on earth in Mexico. Some of them, you literally, like in Sinaloa, you could be eating your breakfast and see a toucan, like it's unreal. But you could also, it's also one of the most dangerous places on earth. Yeah, native, it's no joke. It's no joke. And I have family from there and I wouldn't go down there. Like when people go, they're like, "Oh, I'm going to go get a BBL or I'm going to go get new teeth." I'm like, "Bro, I will I'll sponsor you. I'll help you with your insurance." Like it's not that serious. Shady's back, tell a friend. Now I have that song stuck in my head. What a shiitake. Dad joke number 2. I absolutely love dad jokes as well. You know what? Mexico is kind of a sad story because I have a soft spot for that place, but it's become really bad. Are you would you go to a place like Cozumel or Cancun?
I'm gonna learn from people who know better than I do. I'm not gonna go a place where that doesn't have habeas corpus, and I haven't been to Mexico.
I've been arrested in Mexico. It's the scariest thing. One of the scariest things that ever happened to me. I was a kid. Mexico is an absolute pretty country, but you know what? Like America is, Canada is. It's the people that make it awful.
Yeah.
Like it's beautiful here. I've traveled around America, Mexico, and Canada. Like America's beautiful. Mexico is breathtaking. It's like just someone from the West Coast to go to a place like the second you get over the Delta and you see endless fields and stuff like that, it's unreal.
Right, because nothing's ever looked so flat. And
No, not around here. I would never go to Mexico. It's changed. It's not. If you heard the story of those people that recently got kidnapped, I was like, I speak Spanish. I know people who live there. I have family members there. I wouldn't go because I look like those
yeah,
people they were trying to.
yeah, but wasn't that oh, those ladies like they were? Their front was they were getting plastic surgery, but they were like actually dealers. Like
Were
that's
they
what.
actually dealers?
Yes, they were actually there for nefarious purposes. They were not there to get their PBL.
You know what's funny, Modern same, same. I've been in a hurricane. The only hurricane I've ever been in was in Mexico. It was I was a kid and I remember walking out and like literally seeing the eye of the storm. It was unreal. Those like the problem with the kidnappings was that it made it seem like just normal people got kidnapped and those people used to be off limits, you know. But the Haitians and Mexican cartels hate each other because they both have a grip, lots of money at stake. And so because of that, they're at war. And so if they see a black person, they consider them Haitian, especially if you speak Spanish.
Pardon me. I think that's a. I don't know. Yes. Oh, where's my words? True, and I think in a lot of countries, mainstream legacy media is spinning stories that are not real, and you have to like there's a lot of chicanery going around that's very concerning to me.
Do you know I say chicanery now because of you? I do. I have incorporated it into what's all this chicanery going on? I just one day I randomly said it. I'm like, oh gosh, I am influenced. I am
It's a good
influenced.
word. It's a good word.
And it's just awesome enough to not be a curse. I can say it in public really loud, and like people are like, okay, he's not being indecent.
Exactly. It's not a curse word. It's a word of strong feelings, but questioning.
You know what? You're right. I'm one of those people. My neighbors were one of those couples that went to Mexico for a couple of months every year. They haven't gone in years. I'm one of those people. I used to go all the time. My son has been to Mexico twice.
That's more
As
than
a
I
I have a picture of him holding a baby tiger because they have different laws in Mexico.
have. Okay, I can't spit up on bird killed.
That does stink. I agree. I agree. That's awful. They do exaggerate. But here's the problem though. Okay, they do, but you don't want to get caught up. And like I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you, old Uncle Sewing is gonna tell you the truth. We have a joke in Spanish. Do you know the kidnapping capital of Mexico? It's Nogales, Arizona, San Diego, California, and anywhere on the border in Texas. Like, and that's real. You should look it up. Like, they literally kidnap people and take them over the border and then call them. Like, oh, like we have blah 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 blah. So it's scary times. Scary times. No water on the white rotary embossed.
No,
With
definitely not. She's not embossed. She's just stamped. There's no decals except for the front plate that's removable with rivets. But thank you for knowing this beauty of a workhorse with this crappy camera. Because my good camera, oh my god, it would not even turn on. Unplugged the forever battery. I put in a rechargeable battery. My camera would not turn on. I don't know what's going on. I'm very sad.
wait, I shouldn't have dunked mine in a bathtub of salt water. I was thinking about we have giant tubs of grease. I was thinking about picking a sewing machine that's seized and chucking it in there and see what happens.
Why not? If it's crappy enough and the decals don't look good, like what do you have to lose but an experiment? I'm cleaning my spare parts.
I do not want to ever travel during hurricane season. I got caught in one as a child, and it's a memory I'll never forget. Never, ever. And it was in Mexico too. It was in good old Cancun, Mexico. What year? That was 1989 or something like that. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Oh, that was
I
the
remember,
big hurricane that went up the East Coast. Because I was that. Oh,
yeah, Cancun's on the East Coast. I remember walking out, and like when they say eye of the storm, it was real because all of a sudden it was hurricane, and then it went away. And then my dad was like, "Come on, let's go look." We walk out, and it was blue sky, but then you could see the
yeah.
storm everywhere else around us. It was unreal. Kilraya, I'm not talking to you.
You put yourself on timeout.
Alien, alien solution is contradicted for sewing machine. It was one of those fluke storms.
And it
Maybe I
was a
should try
joke, I think.
hydraulic fluid acid next time. You know,
Hydrofluoric. Oh, that's even better.
I can't see I need to get my glasses.
Yes,
This
you
is why I
do.
don't wear my cool guy glasses anymore because they're so black. I can barely see the screen.
Our chat's putting itself in timeout.
That hurricane was a benchmark for hurricanes for the next 20 years. There's been very few times where I legitimately was like, "Oh, this is it." One time in a car, I really thought it was I was about to find out. The big questions. Kilroy, have you seen the acid etch singer? They do a laser one too. I've seen that. I am Grandpa Stoner. I am. You know what? It's all vanity. I'm gonna tell you, I don't wear my glasses out of vanity because I look like my brother.
Then you need cuter glasses.
Whoa! I can see. It is like HD when I put these things.
Stop it. Oh gosh.
So I'm
There's
supposed to
health and
always look
well-being
like
and
this. Huh?
vanity, and you need to just get over it.
What's that?
There's
Okay.
health and well-being, and then there's vanity, and now you need to just be in the health and well-being phase.
I agree. You know what's so funny? My mother actually gave me that speech today about how I'm not invincible and I'm lucky that I've gotten away with the things that I have.
So you've heard it twice today. So
Yeah.
now it's on you.
Wednesday night I saw a tornado go by my town. It was rain wrapped so I couldn't see it clearly. That's crazy. We were in Cancun at the same time. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. It was terrifying. Absolutely. Absolutely. Glasses are stylish. Thank you, Native Aliens. I wear them at work. That's why there's paint on these ones and like
So you
they've
can
been
get cute streaming ones if it's gonna affect your dysmorphia that much. Get contacts. They're not, but they don't double as safety lenses. Then
get contacts. So hold on, let me do my dramatic commercial thing. Hold on. But I have sensitive eyes. Does anyone ever remember that commercial? There used to be a commercial of people being all dramatic. They're like, I have sensitive eyes. I was evacuated to Miranda. No running water, trees uprooted, radio towers crumpled. Had to go to the consulate to get home. Wow, glasses work. Native atheist rain. So scary you couldn't see it if it's turning, if it is turning for you. That's crazy. Do you know? I always like storm chasers trip me out. Like people that follow tornadoes. You have a bigger pair than me. I'll watch from far away. I could not function without corrective eyewear. And you know what? That's what happened is that I had a slight stigma as a child. And I should have worn glasses and I didn't. So over the years, my vision has become terrible. I remember that commercial. That was too over dramatic. I loved that stinking commercial. It was just people like, oh, I have sensitive eyes. But that's what people like me that make excuses. That's alarming. They make excuses for not wanting to wear glasses. I think tornado chasers are crazy. I agree. I've been talking about you and your older friend. Yeah, you got real quiet. You got real quiet when I said that, Senor Mano. That's Mr. Hands for all of my non-Spanish speaking friends. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hanging out with old women, huh? Taking after your father? It's okay. When I was 25, I dated a woman who was 39 and she still calls me. That's a good way. When I start getting personal, it clears the room. When I start telling them real life stories, he's like, I don't want
hi,
to
howdy. Where is Final Fantasy 14?
And I'm off again to check my box of Zatarans. I'm addicted to Zatarans, red beans, and rice. I am addicted to that stuff.
And
Oh, is that what's on the screen? It's okay. You can berate me now.
no, don't berate Hands. He's a kid.
Oh no no
Oh,
no.
the Zatarans, red beans, and rice. Yeah, we're gonna go to till tomorrow after that.
I grew up with very bad examples of how to eat. Like even my mom apologizes. She's like, "I'm so sorry that I raised you on lard and bad decisions." Benjamin Franklin has a hilarious essay on the benefits of choosing an older woman for you for your sweet thing. Benjamin Franklin was one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. He had the pen name Goody Doo wife. He invented bifocals, I believe. He lived to be in his almost 80s in an era where people lived, to be in their 40s. The man is a reason why Philadelphia had paved streets. He was ahead of his time. He was like, "Hey, don't throw your junk on the streets, guys. Let's pave the streets. Let's have a sewer system." Benjamin Franklin was one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. And if you're ever bored, what's his name? Ken Burns has an amazing documentary about Benjamin Franklin. When I lived in Portland, they had one of the greatest public television systems ever because they had like 6 or 7 PBSs. At least back then. I don't know about now. I'm old. I had rabbit ears.
Nothing wrong with that.
And so I watched a lot of PBS, and it actually enriched my life. I won't even, and it got me really into opera because at night PBS they show opera music videos.
No, they showed operas. They weren't. They used to play like the whole opera. It was not. I mean, I guess technically an opera music video, but that's not the words I would have used for that.
Keep in mind, I'm smoking. I'm sitting there smoking a half, watching this thing.
Fair. That's okay. Technically, it does work. It's just not the verbiage I would have used.
Zatarand is one of my favorite, Liz, because I never learned how to make real red beans and rice, so I eat the box stuff.
Oh, so you were a shame against your culture for not being able to cook beans or rice. How can you be? You've lost your Mexican card, I think.
Oh no, that's different. Red beans and rice is
Spanish
different.
Card because they both could cook rice.
Well, that's different because red beans and rice is more of a Southern African American, a Southern food kind of thing. Hispanic people do not necessarily eat them in that combination. They eat them in that combination, but not those particular beans. And so you get more of a pinto bean.
That's splitting the hair. That's trying to throw out the baby with the bathwater and splitting hairs.
I agree. They're a pinto and a red bean. They're the only difference is where they're grown, I guess. I don't know.
And the color of the skin, they're basically you cook them the same way.
I still watch PBS. Because I can't sleep. They had clips and videos, symphonies, all sorts of things. I still watch it. Both cultures. It's because I can't sleep, so it's like the only thing that's decent on, and I put it on to fall asleep too. Because YouTube is getting weird because they put commercials now. I used to watch like sleep videos, 10-hour long sleep videos, and now they have commercials in it. And I wake up like the cops are in my house, like, what's going on?
Don't you have YouTube Premium for that stupid shenanigans?
No, because I pay for every other streaming service, and I need to go through my stuff.
Yes.
We'll be clicking your black and Mexican card at the end of the evening.
See, I'm not even that, but my culture still knows how to cook rice, and I learned how to wash it and push it. Sorry.
In the middle of Louisiana, I was 19 years old. An ex-girlfriend of mine, we traveled from Santa Monica to Georgia and from Georgia to Maine. And in the middle of Louisiana, she looks at me and she's like, "Here, try this." And I said out loud, "I've never had grape soda." I'm not kidding you. The record skipped. Everybody looked at me and they were like, "Boy, where are you from? What planet are you from?" But I was just one of those,
the East Coast where Welch is king.
No, I'm a West Coaster. I grew up on Sunkissed. Like in Sunny D.
Because it was, yep, I get it, but yeah. Oh,
I love
Barks root beer.
Oh, Barks brings me back. I have so many questions, Water and I have so many questions. So, um, can you watch TV on YouTube Premium? Like, because I obsessively watch television.
Yes, but you
Canada.
don't need YouTube Premium because in most places, if your cable and your internet run through the same lines, you probably only need to pay for one, and the other one just magically is thereth.
Because I like watching news from around the country, but I can watch that on YouTube, you
You
know?
can, and if we're being dissonant Americans and using VPNs, you can still watch news. You and it's better to watch not American news sometimes.
Oh yeah, because they tell the truth. Also, I watch a lot of hockey, and like there's certain games that I can't get, so I use a
Right, because you
VPN
need
to
to
watch.
be in Canada from Alberta watching CBC. I get it. It's
And like maybe I want to watch the Leafs and Senators play on a Tuesday night. You shouldn't tell me. And it's so bad. Like I pay for ESPN hockey, and they'll black out certain games. Like a Karen, I sent them an email. I'm like, why am I paying for hockey if you black out games where I don't even live in the area?
exactly.
I don't know because I'm a TV watcher though. So it's just
You
it's one of
don't.
those things.
I I've divulged enough. I don't think it's necessary. Probably.
Yeah. The pops they dropped the pops they dropped for here in Canada that I liked is Tahiti treat and Hawaiian punch. So I have a question for you. Like in my day, Hawaiian punch had enough caffeine as a cup of coffee. In Canada, does Hawaiian punch have caffeine in it? I don't think you get it. YouTube TV with it, buy the YouTube Premium, removes all commercials from all YouTube videos, free movies and things. I'm probably gonna do it. I live on YouTube. I live, but I'm also paying for the Disney bundle, which I never watch because I paid for ESPN Plus, and they gave me Disney Plus and whichever one the other one is. Don't watch them.
Then just get.
Um,
Then you need a culling. Just cut that shit out.
Gilroy Sports blackouts drive me mentally insane, and I also have Netflix. I have Paramount Plus. I have Apple TV, which they basically automatically take out of my credit card. I still don't even know what it is. They're like, Apple TV
If
is
you're not
paying for
watching,
this.
then just
This.
get. Yeah, you need a mass culling of your subscriptions because you're spent wasting money. It sounds like.
I think Hawaiian Punch did have caffeine. Man, when I was a kid, it was like drugs. So the caffeine is what I like. Oh, it was literally like it was like by today's standards, at least California standards, was an illegal amount of caffeine. the
I
whole
don't.
stupid distribution of the whole stupid distribution of such is stupid. Mountain Dew does here too. Some countries in Euro don't. Yeah, we're crazy. I listen to their meditation music all night with no commercials left allowed. If you're addicted to YouTube, it's worth it. I fall asleep to starship noises because I'm crazy and I watch way too much Star Trek. I fall asleep to the engine noises, or there's this one where it's literally just it's a picture of you're like in a spaceship and you're floating above a planet, but it's just background noise. I pass out. It puts me out. Hey skids, how's it going? How's it going? Rotate through and subscribe for a couple of bit, and then I probably will. It's just because I obsessively watch hockey. I just want to be able to watch my stuff and watch my fist fights where people can legally still fight in sports.
Well, on Rumble, you can watch Slap Fight. There's a whole Dana White Slap Fight League on Rumble.
I've been watching that. I've
Oh my
been
god, I need to. I'm a shill for Rumble. I've got links and I think affiliate links because I really love that platform.
Thanks for wrecking my whole child rearing days. Caffeine and Hawaiian punch. Oh yeah. Oh, especially in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. They got rid of it and it came back. The first thing I did was turn it over, and it said zero caffeine. I was like, no, thank you, no.
That's not what I remember. You are lying to me now.
Okay. So when I watched the last episode of Picard, I was puffy faced crying. I was hyperventilating. Actually, the last 3 episodes had me like, but I'm a Star Trek homer. It had me like hyperventilating, crying. Especially the last episode. It got me. It got me. But I'm a homer. Like I needed to see that. I feel like they waited too long. I was damn near getting ready to boycott Picard until the last 3 episodes, and it put it all together. I've been falling asleep to live Irish morning radio lately. That's awesome. That's like me and Kay Burley. I used to try to fall asleep to her, but then I ended up just watching her. Well, and we're very animated in America, and like certain British newscasters talk like this, and they don't deviate, and this is how they talk, and no matter what's going on, oh, 150 people are trapped in something something, and a kitten's in a tree. Like they don't deviate, and so I would pass out. I pass out. So much nostalgia. It is so weird being able to actually see. Actually being able to see.
So just get fancier frames and just get over it. Or just be all right with the ones you have.
So um, the Borg Queen was actually the Borg Queen from gosh, what episode was that? She basically was the queen from Locutus's hive. But because the Federation had defeated the Borg, they were basically trapped and starved out. And she was what was left of them. And they basically coded Picard's DNA to be a beacon. And so when he had a child, his child was a receiver. And this is all hand wavy science fiction legalese.
Like I'm lost. I don't get it.
Phoenix actually has a life. I vicariously
That's
live
not
through.
true, but I just don't. I that is debatable and debatable. But no, I binged on
Yes, Doctor.
Beef on Netflix.
So Dr. Girardi was supposed to be the end all be all, and they completely skipped past her. And she even said at the end of last season, she's like, I am not involved in all in the last season. So I knew I wasn't gonna see her. They kind of just wrote her off. Because Girardi ended season 2 in peace, and the Borg were in peace with the Federation. So that is a very good question. And like there's a bunch of at the end of Picard, they kind of did this hand wavy thing where all the people who were impersonated by changelings were captured, so they weren't killed. So Shelby was basically the only one who was. Putin could push the big red button and launch the nukes, and BBC newscasters would still be cool as a cucumber. I agree. It trips me out, Gilroy. It trips me out because we're emotional as Americans. Like you should see some of our newscasters with the high speed chases. They're like, oh, they just missed. There was a newscaster that literally made me flinch when a guy missed a pedestrian because she yelled. Right, I understand, but did we get another queen last season? Yes, I understand the whole brain damage thing. Right then, we were acting like it didn't happen. No contact for 20 years. I thought I had missed something. No, they acted like they basically wrote it out. And um, the last episode of Picard kind of doesn't even make sense now. If you, I'm sorry, of season 2, because they completely went past that in season 3. And I am here to serve. Those LA newscasters are drama queens, though they are. But it's because we get our they get paid to be drama. And like a lot of um other states broadcast our high speed chases, which I always think is weird.
It's like the feared drama porn.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, they yelled that guy came so close to that other car in the chase, and they're at least 60 feet away. Well, the thing is, here in LA, like especially in the cell phone era, someone will call and they'll go to their neighborhood, and all of a sudden there's 15 people surrounding a car, and the newscasters are like, "Those dummies! Why are they enabling?" And people do get arrested. Like, so if you ever see someone in a high speed chase, man, don't even give them water because they're gonna charge you. I wouldn't help any. Yeah, it is. It is fear porn. But let's be real. As human beings, like, I noticed that when I turned my channel into a sewing channel, my views went down because I would like when I would talk about social issues and put like there was this guy Kwame Brown who got extremely anti-gay and weird, and I did a live stream about him like 2 years ago. I got tons of views and hate mail and all and all of this stuff. I'm over it. I'm over the hate porn of the internet, you know?
True, but I want there's some level that feels really current of like if people are not complaining about me, I'm kind of disappointed. Like I don't have anybody mean to me, so I don't feel a I don't feel like I've made it, and b I don't know. I
Trust
am I
me.
not talking about the right things? Because there's so many horrible things that are going on right now that folks just aren't talking about, and it bugs me.
You know what? I think a lot of it though is fear because I've noticed I got into it with a trans person, okay? And
Right?
people
Yeah,
were
we.
more scared to say that this person was wrong because they felt it was politically incorrect. That's bonkers. If someone's wrong, they're wrong regardless of of who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, right now that's the like we talked about that they're the protected priestly class, so they're like, oh, they can't do anything wrong, but what about what is it? I just heard about no twice, in I think it's Wisconsin, some sorority let in this individual who did not meet the base standards and was in the sorority house and was like fondling themselves and talking harassing inappropriate language, and seven ladies were like, you're not welcome, you didn't pass the standards, and you're a creepy human.
Have a great night, butterfly. Have a great night. I'll tell you what, tonight. It's honestly a lot of the issues people were talking about affected my life and didn't affect other people's lives. Yeah, it was fatigue and social issue fatigue. Especially people who were talking about marching, but you'd never see them at the rally, or people who are like, "Oh, let's go do this or this." Or I think because I've lived and done a few things, I it bothers me when people talk about things in like you have the power to make change, you just don't realize it, you know. And if you don't come together and do it, then that's I don't know. I'm not trying to get too social, but I agree with you.
Well,
There's a lot
no,
of
but
things.
then it's hard too because all these groups that are like we on the face principle of like we might want to be involved in turn out to be scoundrels and liars and stealers and
Yeah.
thieves.
Whoa, what happened?
Yeah, I agree, Kelroy. And then they just fight amongst themselves of like, no, you're not enough of whatever we're trying to be.
I just I take that's why I always take people for case by case basis. Like I won't hang out with anybody as long as you're a good person. And I know this sounds really strange, but I am still friends with somebody who's a skinhead that I've known my entire life who is like my brother. I grew up with that person.
Well,
And they're
if
literally
they're
from the
not
same
an
neighborhood
over
that I am.
asshole and aren't causing harm and violence, you can
No.
be a weirdo. It's okay.
And it's like someone that I can actually go to and they're like someone I've known most of my life, you know. The world's there's a lot more gray. Sometimes one small aspect of somebody's identity gets made into their whole. Thank you, and I think that's like I'm 50 different things. I am 50 that make the conglomerate that is me, you know. I think sometimes we get too wrapped up in but it's new age because I always say this, like back in the day it was come as you are, and now it's like, you know, now I have that song stuck in my head.
Come as you are, just a bit of what I want you to be. Oh, yeah.
I'm so surprised. I'm almost sad that the guy who
You
promised
didn't
to
get
stalk me.
trolled?
Yeah. No, because he did a whole live stream about me, and it's kind of heart dropping when you look and you see like, and he's not the only person who ever has, but it's weird when people talk about you. You know what I'm saying? And you're not there.
I don't.
It's
I've not gotten nobody. I'm not hated. I'm not. Nobody hates me that much yet. I'm kind of. I don't know how to feel.
how's your shirt blouse?
Oh, let's see here. We are missing buttons and buttonholes, but we are done. I know the last parts that scare me, and I probably could do it. No, I'm
Oh,
not
that
in the
looks great.
mood. I don't sew when I don't feel like doing a certain thing because it usually turns out bad, and you can't undo a buttonhole.
So true. I'm the same way. That's why I love. That's why I love sitting here because when I'm by myself, I sew. I put something good on, I watch something, and I start sewing. You know, but when I'm talking, I get distracted.
It's very true. I have to. It's easier to be a guest, and I can sew and not feel stressed.
But I did finish my pink whale jacket, though. I did.
Oh, so
I
you got
I
over the sleeveless.
and the whole and my whole thing of like the last time I made a hood, I was so disappointed on how like because I make giant hoods in my sleep and I messed up on my own dimensions of something I've done a
Right.
million times. I was so like, oh, I'm over it. Did you do them by hand, machine, or attachment?
Uh,
Kilroy.
a machine. I, but no, but I've got a fancy foot that I can put the lace on, and I don't have to. It saves my life because Brynhild's amazing with her attachments. She's got a lot of good feet.
I've amassed quite a few enemies over the years, Liz, but I've been streaming for 4 years. And some of my videos, like my early videos, are coming up on 2 years now. So my math was off. Kilroy was right. I have been making my own channel for 2 years now. So I have amassed enemies over the years. And honestly, a lot of it is how can I say this nicely? I am a like if you ever want to find out if someone's a narcissist, just put me in the room. You don't even have to say a word. Just let me walk in because I am everything that they fear and everything. Thank you, Liz. Do you know when I made it? It reminded me of a nurse's smock. But I think because I was a sick kid, I think I have this weird like love for nurses because I was so sick as a child because they were saviors. I don't know.
Fair.
Why wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you like us to hate you? No. Feel better. Go back. No, trust me. It's weird when like it's weird because people see certain things in you, but the truth is when they don't like and I hate to be cliche, but when someone is seething with hatred with something, a person that you don't even know, they see something in you that they don't like about themselves. And so they're gonna
Usually,
nitpick, you know, the pink
yes,
flower
that's
one. Nurses are rad though. It's because I've been a sick human being, like actual infirmed. Physically, some would say mentally, but physically.
yeah, yeah.
So I have an affinity for nurses because I've been like my whole life. So Projection is strong. See, that's what drives me crazy. I think that's what it is. People, they come at me and I'm like, dude, I did nothing to you and I don't even know you. And you are coming at me crazy. And that's why I always tell people it's okay to take a break from the internet. Like, it's okay. You have fans, Mr. Hands.
I'm not as good. I think Skips is better with his creatures. I only know
Yeah.
this one. I can only do the one.
I can only do the dog. Like with shadow puppets, I
Oh,
can do the dog.
all I
That's it.
have is my peacock, but I'd like to be shiny and pretty. But I maybe that may or may not have come across it already.
So many people project so much that they should get a job at a movie theater. That is the turnoff. That's my turnoff in certain crowds. Like if we just came and hung out, like it's okay to be who you are. I'm a weirdo who sews and wears vests even though it's hot outside. Like it's okay to be. Oh, the test was the other day. I was wearing a vest with a short sleeve shirt on. I was like, "Oh, I'm so insecure. I'm wearing a vest right now."
Because you could just wear a shirt. You don't need the vest.
No, today I challenged myself to just actually wear a shirt without a vest
Today it was
because
cold, so I needed a shirt and a vest.
I'm big on like it's not a show, so I don't have to get dressed up every time I go to the grocery store. I don't have
Right.
to like it's not a show. It's okay to look like crap when you go into public sometimes. Like
It is. It's hard. I don't need to put my full clown face on. I can just like be au natural.
exactly. Exactly. And that's my thing is don't front. Like like I wear a lot of work shirts because I'm always crawling under a tractor or like fixing I'm always fixing something. You know what I'm saying? So like I try not to pretend that I'm not an overpaid handyman with a just exorbitant title. Nepotism is awesome if you're the one who benefits from
On
it.
the if you're on the receiving end, the nepo baby's not the worst position ever.
In any other stretch of the imagination, people are like, how did a college dropout get that job?
Magic.
Wait, Godless doesn't wear a tuxedo to the gas station? Gilroy, I'm not kidding you. Here in Cali, people, and it's not just Cali. I've lived all across America. I've traveled. Man, there's people like, especially the cologne wearers. You guys kill my nose. You guys kill me. You put half a bottle of cologne on. If we are outside and I'm coughing, you need professional help.
Why do you stink so bad? Do you need to cover up so much?
Slobification of America. Okay, so where's that fine line? Like my father and my grandfather literally would wear like three pieces or nice clothes out every time. Me, I'm like, I brushed my teeth, I washed my face.
No, but you also make sure that your dupas are. You don't need a belt below your toes to close up
I
your
wish.
dupas, and I'm just gonna
No,
leave
I
it at that.
agree.
If you know what those words mean,
I wear my pants high. I wear my pants high. I'm old.
right? My
Like,
waist is not underneath my butt crack. I have no
mm-mm.
waist. It's 1 inch wide. I have ribs and I have hips and 1 inch, and that's it.
That's why I complain so much about girl jeans because they don't make jeans for people like me who wear work boots and boots. Like I wear cowboy boots or my Wolverine work boots
It's
every day.
called boot cut. The problem is they don't have pockets that can fit anything.
Well, ever since like girl jeans became popular, I have to either go to like Walmart or Old Navy to buy jeans because those are the last two places on earth that they don't assume that I want to show my hips off.
Because crack is bad, kids.
They get used to their favorite cologne and keep putting on more and more. I think because it kills me. It kills me. And
I
if
think
we're at
it
a gas
knows
station,
blind.
oh Oh, there's a meme of a guy, and they're like, "What cologne does this guy wear?" I can smell that guy. I can smell like I can know that guy just reeks of cologne. And because my son went through his be safe, Liz. He went through his girlfriend phase.
His axe face.
Well, I have like every year people buy me cologne, and so I have bottles and bottles. And he went through half a bottle of Polo, and until I sat him down, I was like, "Bro, your room stinks. We cannot
You
wash this off your
say
skin. I'm gonna
you're
go
giving
stand
me an
outside."
asthma attack. We can't have this.
Skinny jeans were a mistake. I literally have to buy slacks and cargo pants to find pants that don't make me feel like I'm being strangled. Agreed. I wear like what are called like the cop pants with the special pockets because because of the cut. It bothers me so much. And it's changed over time because you used to only get boot cut jeans. And it's like now and you know what's so sad, and I can only speak for the people in my area, but these mofos are still wearing girl jeans, and I'm talking about like famous rappers. I think it's weird. Maybe I'm just old. There's way more gray in my beard than I'm letting on. I like when someone has style. It doesn't have to be a style in particular, just that people have put some clothes on and thought about it. I agree. Pajamas are okay. I am big on that. When I see someone wearing sweats in public, I consider it giving up on life, but I live somewhere where it's warm.
Fear.
I just don't want to go back.
I'm torn on this one because I may or may not still be in love with leggings from the late 80s, early 90s, and B, sometimes I'm on the floor demonstrating exercises that even though I'm a professional, I need to make sure that the bits and bobs are covered.
Jean cuts did and do change over time for sure. Bring back the bell bottoms. Bring back Jankos. Well, they have Jankos at least.
I
Jankos are huge.
know, I don't want to lay on the floor in them, but I could.
Sweats in public are for the if when you're sick and extremely cold.
Which is I'm all the time cold.
So now that my ex-wife and I used to always get in this argument because we look like we were not together. Because I would be full vest, clothes, and everything, and she would be in. I called it sweaternomics. She invented
In
sweaternomics.
like the low booty cut shorts and a crop top.
No, she'd have she wore a hoodie and sweats and sweats or pajama pants all the time. And we looked like we were not together. She looked like she was going to bed and I was going to the concert, you know. I consider it giving up on life. And no medical advice, it's just an opinion. I'm just saying.
And you could have an opinion on the internet. It's okay.
You know, and I'm gonna tell you, I consider putting jeans on an accomplishment. So if you got dressed today, you're awesome. That's appropriate for what you're doing, though, Phoenix. Exercise wear for the exercises. PJs are for. I agree. See, I was gonna say that exact same thing. Like if it's workwear, it's different. Like I would never wear my Kevlar leg, my snake guards. They look cool. They make me look like a total cowboy, but I also look like kind of an idiot. Where
Great, but then sometimes you're like, and I need to be work safe because sometimes there's actually rattlesnakes I have to deal with.
oh gosh, and because it's hot again, we have to start looking out for them already because the
Oh,
animals are mighty confused.
yes.
Kind of old fashioned. I'm kind of old fashioned. I fully believe in that. The Sopranos quote: "A Don doesn't wear shorts." I am kind of torn on that as well. I'm a jean and t-shirts. Like that's my religion is t-shirt, jeans, and
I can
jean
deal with
shirts.
shorts. It's the sandals and socks that might be pushing the boundary for me.
So here's a controversy, and you can judge me. I still wear jorts. Are jorts geeky? I still
Shorts,
wear.
yes, but
Yeah.
sandals and shorts are not. Or sandals and socks. That's it. I'm getting it all wrong. I'm mixing my metaphors. I need to
I
eat.
still
I'm
wear
gonna bite
jorts.
in a second and stuff myself.
Every person I know, when I go places with my jorts on, people are like, "Bro, you legitimately are wearing jorts in public." Like, I don't care. I go to Walmart every year and buy a new pair. Because last year I didn't know I needed content, so I made a man onesie with my jorts.
A
I'm
manzy.
here to entertain, Phoenix. It's okay to laugh. That is
I
actually
know,
hilarious.
I
It's a
know
man
it's
onesie. It's so ridiculous. It's funny.
I love me a onesie or a romper. I just need to be able to pee easier. And I love the look of them. I love the concept. I have to be able to pee. And I cannot lie. I need something where I'm not flopping. And
I used to catch bait fish, minnows, and streams, and I had a chest waders. Those are awesome. I need to add those to my and people would see that and just giggle. See, but they like those clothes have purpose. Jorts for when you want to look like you're from 2003.
okay, I have to kindly excuse myself because I need to Viking on food right now.
Okay.
Catch you later, folks. I love.
Have a great night. Have a good night. It's good seeing you. I will
Yes,
be ending this.
TGFN. I'll
I'll
be
be ending this
around.
forever. I guess I will um end it kind of early tonight. It has been that kind of week, but we can hang out for a little bit. Let me take my glasses off now that we can finally see how how pink my eyes are. They are a look. Turn of the century weightlifters would wear a one shorts onesie. You know what? I need to make one of those. I want to make like one of those old school bathing suits that had the top and the bottom. That would be awesome. That would be absolutely awesome. I was definitely thinking about that. I think about this all the time. I think about this all the time because I get a lot of lurkers, and I'm gonna tell you, lurkers are welcome. Because when I first started on YouTube, I was scared to comment because people were aggressive, or they seemed very I don't know, it was intimidating. It was very intimidating. So lurkers are totally welcome. You just need to go old school and get a set of those huge trucker glasses with a frame. Yes, but they only work on my face when I have chin hair. Because I look crazy when I am cleanly shaven. Totally make one of those swimsuits. I'm going to. I actually need to get a list going of all the things that I need to make. I'm gonna look and see. I probably have a pair of those trucker glasses in here if I really looked. Tell you the honest truth. What's your vision of in life, or like just my prescription of my glasses? Because my vision on life is extremely cynical. Live your life, have fun, and enjoy yourself while you can, like the Romans said. Eat well, S well, and rarely go to the doctors. Oh, eye prescription. I had a heavy stigmatism where my hold on, I have to see which eye. My right eye is like completely blind, and my left eye has 20/20 vision. So my glasses are actually extremely weird because when I put them on, this eye is perfectly fine, and this eye has to adjust. So it's strange. But I have to wear my glasses for my job and driving too, because I'm really like big on not trying to hurt other people. Anyone who has a disclaimer is pretty clear on their vision. No, well, I have a disclaimer because people get their feelings hurt on the internet, and I have made more enemies by just having an opinion or just by being myself. I have made more enemies by just being a person with an opinion and a non-colorist. I don't care who you are, what shade you are. Like, I'll kick it with anybody. Did you get a bad eye poke back in the day? You know what? I've had this stigmatism for a long time. And that's a really good question because I've been in many car accidents, fights, all kinds of fun stuff. An explosion one time in a car accident. That's a very good question. I've had quite a few head injuries, if that helps. But no, a long time ago, a doctor told me that if I wore my glasses, like, and I'm talking about 5th grade, that I wouldn't need them by the time I'm an adult. And then junior high hit. And back in my day, you got beat up if you looked geeky. Like, let's be real, it was fight school. Um, 29, almost 30 years ago, it was fight school. Gosh, has it really been that long? The internet is such a mess. You need a disclaimer to open a can of Campbell's soup. Kilroy, you are not kidding. I think I look at the internet like a weird anthropological study because people are so strange. Because I live in a really conservative world, okay? I live in an extreme, even though I live in California, no one cares about it. People are cool. Like, most people smoke around here. It's weird, but when I get online, people are so hardcore. They're nationalists. They're really weird about things that, like, in normal life you wouldn't care about. Like, if you were face to face with somebody, you would not care about most of the issues, and you're not going to ask them what is in their pants or even care. At least in my eyes. How dare you mention tomatoes? I think I clash with the political correctness of the internet because I am all over the place. I call myself a pirate for a reason. But it's because I'll rock, like I always say, like, I'll rock with anybody as long as you're not a crazy person. Well, actually, no, I can deal with a crazy person as long as you're not too much of a crazy person. I have a saying, I'm crazy, but I'm fun. As long as you're presentable. Where's your line? Where is your line? Like, because I do have a line, and I discovered it being around people on the internet, of tolerance. Like, where is that line of, like, oh, you're eccentric, or oh no, I can't deal with you? Because there's quite a few people who I thought were on the level, and it just they're so opinionated they can't see beyond themselves. Lots of people confuse the internet world for. Thank you. I've always considered the internet to not be real. And I know it hurts people's feelings because I get affected by things I see online. I've had to stop going on Twitter because Twitter gets me lit. I'll see a kid punch a teacher, and I'm like, see, that's why I don't work with teenagers. And I'm like pacing around my house, Hey, that is a good project, a pirate flag, but like a reconstruction of the real ones. Where is my compass? I need to write that down. I bought a new composition book today because I write down all good ideas and everything that because I am a stoner and I will forget. So, real pirate flag. I do need a good project like that. That's thank you, Alibaba. The meta world is not real. When I made my Klingon flags, it showed me like how beautiful flag making is, and that's definitely something that I want to get deeper into. But then I kind of fell back into buying sewing machines and making clothes because I used to do a lot of leather work, and then wow. Thank you. I will write down antique swimsuit before I forget as well. I feel sorry for the person who comes back and reads my notes one day because I write everything in cursive. People who are intolerant of people innocently living their lives, people who are full of hate, people who are mood swingy. I agree. And you know what's really funny? Like, there is spaces for everyone on the internet. And I like, if you're crazy, have fun, because there's certain groups where, like, I'll like watch their chat and I'm like, oh man, these guys are lit. They care way much about things I do not care about. But like, you know, I'm intolerant towards intolerant people. Does that make sense? Like, what's up, Trusty Abe? How's it going? How's it going? I don't like people who are dicks, people who are company men regarding their ideology or identity, people who are adults and act like children. The list goes on. Absolutely. 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 Off work now, going to 7-Eleven. Ugh. You always, every time you say that you go to 7-Eleven, I want their taquitos. I'm obsessed with their taquitos. Nay. One person who is helping teach me sewing techniques has made a woman's 19th. So, oh wow. And that's another thing. Like online, I love watching styles that I'm not into because I want to learn different styles. I don't want to be you know, just the guy who does leather work and makes jackets. The intolerance paradox. It's true. I mean, you know what? I sometimes people can look at me and think that I'm one of those people. I'm sorry that you had a bad day. I'm saying this jokingly because everyone knows that I'm an atheist, but maybe Mercury's in retrograde because the bad's been going around lately. Oh, and I saw that thing that you tagged me on Facebook. Let me tell you, if it's a patch and it works, I'm proud of you. Remember that. If your patch works, then it's nobody's business how it got there. Lawyers, guns, and money. So remember that if it's a patch and it works, if you're sewing and it patches and it works, it's okay. Oh, my signal is bad again. Oh, there we go. There we go. More beer, please. Thank you, Ape. Thank you. Thank you. I'm choosing to see today. I carry him around with me because I'm extremely vain, but I actually have to wear glasses, but I choose not to. And in my old age, I have no choice now. I have to. All right, I'm going to run 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I know this is bad YouTubing, but I've been holding it for a second. Oh. Okay. I was actually impressed your patch. I'm telling you, if it fits and it works, who cares about the result? There are certain jackets where I tell people don't look on the inside. I think I'm feeling hazelnut. I use hazelnut creamer. I do. I'm addicted to hazelnut. Ooh, great choice. Love hazelnut. It's actually what I'm drinking right now. I'm reaching for it because it's in the wrong place. You know what's so funny? I had full intentions on making a vest, but I always start streaming and get distracted because sewing is such a involving thing. But all right, all right. Since we're still here, I have a question. When is patching too much? And I already know what some people are gonna say, but I have got crazy with patching these things. And I'm gonna keep going until it's one giant patch. But these are graduating. These things, and I mean, these are old patches on here too. YouTube is such a distraction. It is. You know what's so funny? I use it as a learning tool. I try to use it as a positive thing. But it is distracting. It is so distracting. And sometimes it'll have me like screaming in here. Yeah, my bag just blew out a seam and I used some super thin thread I found to seal it. But I was so proud of it. Hey, I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing to wag your finger at. If it works, it works. You should see some of my sew jobs, like especially my older stuff from like 10 years ago. I would like miss a stitch or something and just keep going. I didn't know how to adjust certain sewing machines. It's not patched enough. I'm letting them rip naturally without because there's some jeans I've turned into patch pants, but like I'm just letting it. Oh, thank you guys. I like those Francisco. I for a while, one day I'll pull all my Francisco patch stuff out. I was obsessed with it's sashiko and slow stitching. I am obsessed with slow stitching. Back in the day when I was a soccer dad, when I would drop off my son and pick him up from school, I would always have a Francisco patch that I was making. I miss that. I really miss that. I made a pair of coveralls of overalls that I covered in Francisco patches. And see, that's the funny thing about sewing is that there's so many different styles that like I've kind of fallen in back into my old school way of pattern and making clothes, but like I'm obsessed with so many different styles. And I still haven't even gotten into the world of quilting yet. I have jeans that should have been patched long ago, and some of them I keep up patching. It's a love, it's an art form, and I'm obsessed with looking like a boxcar hobo. Like I love that old, like wimpy wino, like Wimpy from Popeye, with the frumpy jacket and the pork pie hat. I am obsessed with that look. Thank you, Liz. Thank you. I love that old style look. Even back then, in those days, people got dressed up compared to nowadays. You're right. You're right. I should just keep going. It's because these things are like these are a little bit of a cheaper jeans, so they're disintegrating faster. But I am gonna keep sewing on these. Those pants are a never-ending project because every time I wear them, there's a new rip. I learned doing straight stitching, doing quilting. Be careful. Wimpy and Popeye. My I was raised by people much older than me, so I grew up watching Popeye. I was obsessed with Popeye. Patches are stylish. That is true. Like, oh, excuse me. Um, oh, I will gladly pay you for a hamburger on Tuesday if you would give me one today. Back when I used to deal pot, I used to call my cousin Wimpy because he'd always try to get fronted. He would always try to get fronted. And I'm outing him right now. You're lucky I don't say your name. I loved and still love me too. I watch old cartoons like you can tell if I'm having a bad day because I'm watching like Popeye or the Mighty Mouse from the 80s. Probably 1/4 of the reason I smoke a pipe. Absolutely. I smoked one because my pops did, and I have a crazy collection of pipes. This I don't know why I broke a Barcini. This is like a freaking $90 pipe, and I have this thing where like I bite down and I rip the edges of the pipes. As you can see, it's a bad habit. It's because I live with them and I walk around them because I'm a compulsive smoker. I was just literally listening to the Pink Panther theme the other day. I miss all of that stuff. I still watch Are You Being Served? Like there's a certain era. And ever since Kilroy mentioned Hawaii 5-0, I watch it on TV every day now. Every day because it reminds me of when I was a kid and it was on TV. Biting a pipe, you groove your teeth exactly. And over time it slowly starts eating it away. Like, I'm not trying to get too gross, but I'm slowly doing it with this one. That's why pipes are personal. If you walk up to someone and you're like, "Oh, can I see your pipe?" You're gross. It's like a bagpipe. I own bagpipes. Bagpipes are personal. I know. I'm a bad example. That's why I start this show with a disclaimer, because I am a bad example. And all this smoking about it is making me light it up. My grandpa smoked a pipe too. My dad was famous for smoking a pipe. Like, people attribute the smell of Captain Black pipe tobacco to that man. And when I smoke a pipe, people used to always tell me, like, "Oh, you smell like my grandfather." It made me laugh. They actually sell rubber things that you could put over the tip of the stem to protect it. I need it because I'm an oral kind of person. You could take that any way you want to. I'm like, especially because I'm a passionate human. So I'll be smoking like, "What did they say? I am so offended." They're called pipe bits. You can get them super cheap at any pipe or cigar shop. There's a legit one up the street from my house. The guy, like, he has, like, pop pipes and all the new vape stuff, but he's stayed traditional, and he's the man I still buy these from. And he has a quality pipe. These are like actual, like, from Italy. They're not like knockoffs or anything. Like, these are legitimate pipes. Pipes do look stylish though, and they smell way better than cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes for a very long time. And one day my predecessor came to me and was like, "Bro, let me put you on some game." He handed me a pipe, handed me a can of Captain Black tobacco, and I didn't smoke a cigarette after that, ever again after that. It took me a while to quit smoking pipe tobacco as well, though. I was hooked on pipe tobacco. Like, so essentially I'd quit smoking cigarettes, but then I would, like, smoke giant bowls of tobacco all day long. Laugh out loud. There's a couple around here who hate cigarettes. They tell me my pipe smells nice all the time. I never realized the difference until I quit smoking. Hey, Joe, how's it going? I smoke a Meerschaump pipe. Do you know, I've had so many different types. Like this, I have what's called a church warden's pipe. It's a big wooden one. I love those, but there's too many pieces. And after a while, if you smoke the legal stuff out of it, it literally starts seeping through it. But I love these long pipes. I absolutely love these long pipes. Plus, I can, like, still, like, interact and smoke at the same time. And I would never smoke and drive, and I do not promote smoking and driving, but it's good to smoke and drive with these things. But where I live, it's now considered a super DUI. At least with pipes, you're not getting the additives and the terrible fibers in the filter. And that's another thing. Like, and I'm not pro tobacco. I quit smoking 5 or 6 years ago. And if you smoke tobacco, I would recommend it. It's just, anyways, plus legal, at least where I live. But pipe tobacco is from the center leaf. That's why it's still wet. All they literally do is cut it. And cigarette tobacco is the dry stuff from the outer leaf. And that's when they treat it and cut it twice. And, like, so it's not as harsh as cigarettes. Like, pipe tobacco is different than cigarette tobacco. It's literally fresh tobacco. It's treated, but it's not as. I used to dip Copenhagen. No, honestly, native, oh man, I dipped for a long time, and I thought it would help me quit smoking, but it really did was just feed my nicotine addiction. And one, like, I'm not going to show you, but my gums are Did you ever? Do you still dip? I'm curious now, Native. Do you still dip? Pipe tobacco is squeaky clean compared to cigarettes. Tastes clean, smokes clean. The smoke never sticks around like cigarettes. So true. So true. I've always thought about that. Like even like with I profusely smoke in here and this room does not smell. Like my pops profusely smoked and his his blood type was nicotine. I used to always jokingly say he was the only human being I've ever known that would fart and it smelled like smoke. It was a part of his DNA. I know someone who used to dip. His skin was coming off of yeah. That's real. And what you said earlier about teeth, that's real too. Like, um, smoking. I was never a a drug user in the modern sense. I was never into modern drugs, but smoking rotted out my teeth right here on this side. Smoking cigarettes because I would compulsively blow smoke out of the right side of my mouth, out of the left side of my mouth, and I still do. So that commercial back in the day about a kid would go to the counter and put a pack of cigarettes down, and the guy at the counter was like, "All right, I need your teeth." Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. It's an addiction. That's why I know people who are like harp on people about smoking cigarettes, but they dip, and I'm like, you are such a freaking hypocrite, like beyond a hypocrite. Those commercials got me. Like I pay attention when those commercials are on. I pay attention to those commercials. I'm like, and they don't do it here at, like they used to, but they used to put pictures of diseased lungs on cigarettes, but they no longer do that here in California. Back from 7-Eleven, every time you go there, I am craving those stinking taquitos. Absolutely. Liz has food. At water night, I wonder how much that hurts. Sometimes I get sores on the side of my mouth because I bite my cheeks or whatever, and they hurt a bunch while they're healing. That's I get that too sometimes, but that's from my like obsession of chewing on things. Do you know a long time ago, my dad used to get this weird natural licorice, and it was a piece of wood, but it was licorice, and like I'd chew on it, and it really stopped me from smoking from quite a few things. I'm a 7-Eleven junkie too. No judgment here whatsoever. I am that sad guy who knows what time the 7-Eleven by my house has fresh pizza. So no judgment whatsoever. And it's cheap and it's better than some of the places around here. Absolutely sounds painful. I licorice root is where it's at. Like people think I'm this total like modern like I'm not into holistic things. I'm an atheist, so there's a lot of things I don't believe in, but I love licorice root. It stopped me from smoking because I had that need to do this. Really. Part of me smoking cigarettes was doing this. I loved doing that. Absolutely. It helped me. As an adult, I came back and used it. As a kid, it just tasted good. I chew on stuff too. I think it's because of my TMJ. Agreed. We have a gas station chain around here called Sheets. You can literally get a bucket of fresh fries, a fresh burger, and all kinds of food from there. Oh, oh, you can order it with a touchscreen. I'm hungry now. I am that guy who I did get food poisoning from gas station sushi somewhere in Southern Oregon. I am that guy. I love licorice flavor, all those fennel onesie licorice. Yes, yes. Absolutely. Welcome back to the stage. I'm all about it. I'm one of those weird people. I grow food, you know, but that's just because it's cheaper to grow your own food. That's what I've been doing the past couple of days, actually, has been tilling the soil because the rain got a jump on all of us. I drank my Every time you say that, you remind me that I have coffee in this room. Every time you say that. You know, because I worked a lot of third shift jobs, like I was addicted to gas station food. And now, because of what Kilroy said, I am craving food from a place that's not near my house. And because of COVID, we no longer have a world of 24-hour places anymore. And that's the one beautiful thing about Los Angeles is that we have food from around the world. And there's a lot of places that aren't open 24 hours anymore. And it's weird to me that I can't get Thai food at 3:30 in the morning. It's weird to me. Or that I can't get Indian food at 4:30 in the morning. Like, that's weird to me. There's been times, well, this was pre-COVID, I would order Indian food at 4:30 in the morning. It would be at my house at 4:45, 5 o'clock. Because the place is close. But from the garden tastes better than the store stuff. I agree. I agree. And ever since my potato farming has become successful, like, you guys think I'm playing. I am so impressed with the fact that I can grow potatoes. Like, it is beyond me. It freaking makes me feel like a real farmer because they're from my own backyard, and I'm obsessed with potatoes. It's a good thing I have my Saturday has. Read the whole thing. Sticks to those ribs. The early closures, they drive me. I miss eating exotic food in the middle of the night. That's the one thing I love about Sheetz. They're literally open 24 hours and see, I have to drive up the hill to trucker country for that. Yeah, Phoenix went to bed. I drink coffee, so I got the twitchy knee. And for as much as I'm probably gonna tuck it in a minute or two, like I'm literally just gonna sit here and start sewing my vest and making my video. Indian and Thai foods are so tardy. You know, I grew a taste for them over the years. Excuse me. Indian food was something that I wasn't necessarily exposed to until I got older. If you live in LA and you don't eat Thai food, you are literally walking around like this. There's Thai food in every town, everywhere you go, and we have like some of the greatest Chinese food on earth here. I'm addicted to Filipino food, Armenian food. Like, what are you growing? I grow tomatoes, actual tomatoes. I grow chili peppers. I have cucumbers. I have corn. I have potatoes, and I grow marijuana. What did I forget? I have parsley too. My son weirdly plants like weird garnish, and it smells good. It smells so good. Oh, and I have a ton of lemongrass in front of my house. To the point where I put it in my tea. Oh, tasty. Okay. I'm obsessed with Indian food and Thai food. I know a potato farmer. He gives it for $2.50 a wow. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was not ready for how many potatoes. Like, I was impressed though when I made like legit mashed potatoes. I was like, I've made it. I have made it as a human. I could survive the apocalypse. Early closures are hard for me. Yeah, exactly. I'm a late night person too. Like, I kind of function on late night hours. And because my son's homeschooled, we're vampires. I'm obsessed with both. One of these things is not like the other. No root stuff, carrots, beets. Uh no, because the raccoons, the animals, there's certain things that the animals just uprooted and I stopped planting them. Hey, Mark Short. Hey, how's it going? I was wondering where you were. I wish I had gardening talent. It's something that I've developed over the years. It's just something that I've developed like over time. How's it going, Mark? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, autocorrect and I are enemies. We are. And I used to make fun of people that would two finger type with their thumbs, and now I am a double thumber. Lemongrass, though, I've learned if you put too much lemongrass in it, it will make you physically ill. So I only put a little bit in my tea. That's what I thought. Awesome. Awesome. I'm such a bum. I have a thing of powdered lemongrass and I haven't opened it. Lemongrass, it's so good for you. It is so honestly like people they ask me well, why but I have to be healthy because of my lung issues. It's not like I am some like hippie weirdo. Like if I eat bad foods, I will get sick. I'll go into hypoglycemic shock. I I have health issues. And so because of that, I have to eat healthy. And so and I also have mint that grew naturally, but I started replanting it and I have a ton of mint. I forgot about that. Um I forgot what I was talking about. Yes, Mr. Handy. I had to give him a speech. I was like, "Bro, you come out here 3 times. Have you taken a shower? Have you brushed your teeth? Have you made your bed?" The list goes on. He loves it when I live stream because I'm not like, "Hey, did you brush your teeth?" Yeah, he is on. Hands is on tonight. He's been hiding lately because he's in this having teenage issues, but he's back. Mint will. Oh, thank you for talking about taking over yard. How can I forget? I grow grapes too. How could I have forgotten my grapes? I have grapes everywhere. Why did I forget my grapes? And if anybody needs any weird recipes about how to cook with grape leaves, I learned from a Israeli woman. I have quite a few recipes. I had to learn what, for instance, bean type that grows well in my backyard. Exactly. And there's a lot of things like I get so mad because I'll grow them, I feel successful, and then the raccoons eat them. And I and like I'm like, I'm gonna wear you as a hat next year. Exactly. Because I have allergies, I have to grow a lot of my food too. Oh, you're allergic to mint? I'm late, been out at the shooting range. Awesome. Awesome. In my drinking days, my neighbors would come over and get mint from my yard because for their mojitos. I should have charged them. Absolutely. My mint died over winter. It's one of those weird things. Like on the side of my house, I have a sunflower patch in front of my house, and mint grows at the bottom of it. It comes back every year. The sunflowers are predictable because the ants take the seeds and they put them underground. I haven't had to plant in over like 10 or 11 years, and they come back in mass. But yeah, be careful, Liz. Actually, some of the best reading I've ever got. I've said this. I read all the Darth Bane trilogy in Portland riding the bus. Never heard of mint allergy before. Neither have I. Mint actually helps my lungs. Like mint, there are certain things that I grow because they're medicinal. Birds and squirrels, chipmunks. Yeah. A lot of those avoid my yard because now have cat guardians. I now have a cat army in my backyard. But yeah, last year is what got me the most. I had more grapes than I'd ever seen. I was like, all right, I'm in my backyard, I'm smoking one day, and I'm like, the grapes just showed up and they were purple. I had green, I had Concord. I was so stoked. I came back the next day, and I'm not kidding you, they were all gone. All of them. And it had to have been something with thumbs because they were picked clean. So I'm blaming the raccoons. I'm blaming the raccoon. They picked my grapes clean last year. So I'm gonna monitor them with a very and I mean they ate bushels of grapes because the year before I had so many grapes. I was walking, the neighbors were like, "Get away from me! You've already given me like 4 or 5 bushels of grapes." Medicinal. My mint dies every winter but comes back in spring. I started with one plant and now I have hundreds. Absolutely. Did I just see Hand? Yeah, he comes and goes. Absolutely, Joe. Going to the range is good stuff. Absolutely. We go to the range here too. Californians pew pew with the best of it. We can't walk around with them like people in other states. I was ready to get excited about the grape array. I grapes, and the funny thing is, grapes come back every year. They don't require that much water. I forget about them half of the time. This last year, though, I messed up because I didn't cut the vines, and after all the rains and everything, I came back and I'm like, oh, they're already growing back in full force. They're excited. They are excited. My grapes are not. They're. I don't know how I forgot about my grapes. That is literally the things that that's what makes my backyard look like my secret garden, because when the grapes are fully grown, they shield part of my patio, and it's epic. It's gothic. I'm going to stream from there this year, but I need to get a better booster because on my patio is nothing but corrugated metal, and it literally blocks the signal. I put a bunch of steel on my patio because it gets so hot, and it worked because it reflects the sun, but now I don't get a signal. I had 3 types of grapes and didn't take care of them. They grew all over. I cut back and they didn't do well after that. I have wine grapes and Concord, which basically is green and purple. And the green ones are super tart. I mean, it's a natural, to me, it's like a sour candy. They're so tart. And the Concord, the purple grapes, they taste like, standard grapes, but for some reason fresh, they taste different than the big hormone grapes. They taste different. It's the weirdest thing. It wasn't a good day at the range for me. My scope dropped. It's lunch. You know what? I actually that happened to my Ruger 1022. I know exactly that happened to my Ruger because the scope was just I get rid of my grapes. I give them to people, and there are some people who love my grapes, and others are like, "Hey, I don't want sunflowers or grapes, but I love you. Stop giving me food." I love my patio. I love my patio. It's a place of peace, actually. I go and eat my breakfast out there, hang out with my stray cat. When Godless Vineyard's gonna come out with his first bottle of wine. I've been thinking I should. I'm not a drinker though, so I don't know if I'd get the mix right. I know people that make wine. I eat them. I am obsessed with grapes, and I haven't purchased a grape in 15 years, but I'm obsessed with them. Planting some more. Grapes are funny that way. It's like ivy. They do not play. Yeah, that stinks. That stinks. Yeah, Joe, oh, it's okay. That particular scope wasn't even meant for the Ruger, but it was one of those things. It was just one of those things. I own stuff. Certain things are timeless, and certain things time out. Excuse me, there are certain items that you should replace. Shady dude on the bus, definitely a shady day today. I'm telling you, Liz, when the weather gets better, all the weirdos come out from whatever cave they were hiding in. It drives me crazy, especially around here. It's super easy to make wine if you can make craft mac and cheese. And because I was raised by alcoholics, I have all the stuff to make it. When I was a kid, my pops made moonshine, so I do know how to. Rye whiskey, rye whiskey. I could sing some moonshiner songs. Did you brandish the golden one? Ooh, that sounds like that firearm in Face Off. Yeah, something inside the scope. I've got a much better scope to put on it. Awesome. But I just been lazy to do it. Same. No judgment. Same. It's so funny. I'm glad you said that, because I'm literally I could show you where the scope is. I still haven't put it on. Oh my god, yes, I have a great golden cane. Hey, I'm one of those weirdos. We're in the club. We're in the club skits. I hit a dude with my golden cane today. I'm con- if you lived closer, I would give you my taser. My taser can knock down like a 300 or 400 pound man. And I also may or may not have a cow cattle prod, which is made to literally knock a cow down. Well, not knock it down, just knock it away from you. That's what you need. Liz needs, I'm not a GoFundMe person, but we need a GoFundMe so Liz can get a cattle prod, a cane cattle prod. And I'll never understand why people, like manipulative people, gravitate towards people with disabilities, and it bothers me so much. Oh my goodness. You had to hit him? What the heck? Portland is lit. I lived there. Portland is no joke. I'm going to tell you, I came from downtown Los Angeles to Portland, Oregon, okay? I worked at a Carl's Jr. in LA, and I transferred to one in Oregon. I saw more violence in Portland, Oregon than I saw in downtown LA, and I lived in downtown LA when it was lit. I literally saw two people shooting at each other with out of sunroofs at each other in LA, and I saw more violence in Portland. So, like, you got to be careful. Yep, he had a knife and was screaming "F America." Yikes. Yikes. Do you know what's funny? Where I'm from, that would get you put down. In America, do not brandish a knife because they will put you down like Benji. You will they will, Oh, that's so awful, Liz. See, I'm telling you, Liz puts up with more than the average person does. You definitely need a cattle prod. Because I'll tell you, if you pull out a cattle prod and the second they hear that whiz of electricity, they will leave you alone. Oh, a knife. That is crazy. I'm telling you, people do not respect people who have disabilities or security guards. Like I'm from a different generation. We left people alone. And people of authority, we gave them what little authority they had. Like, fine, we won't skate here. We'll leave. But Grim made it look so cool. We need to send a letter to Israel and get to send them an Uzi. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. You know what's so funny? When I was younger, my father owned one, and that's like kind of Grant's gold because everyone's wondering where that thing is, and I still have not found it. Liz, you need to I don't know anymore. You need a better phone. If you lived any closer, I'd give you my phone because you need something where you can record people too. Because in modern times it sounds really bad, but like that might be how they find who came after you, you know? It sounds really cynical, but it's true. That's why I always like say that you have more of a hardcore job than the average person. Some angry white men are offended by my disability. Yeah. In my work vans, people ask me all the time, like, "Oh, why do you guys have handicap plates when I'm obviously driving around with people with disabilities?" Like, people are. It's entitled people that drive me crazy. Liz could start one of those crazy body cam channels. I'm telling you. You know what's so funny? You say that, Kilroy. I've been watching some of those, and those are hardcore. I watched one where this cop came out. And he was like, "Put the knife down," and just clipped some guy out. And I'm like, I just witnessed the end of somebody's life. Like, that's why Twitter gets me depressed sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, why did I just click on Twitter? Why? How dare you exist with the cane? Exactly. It's actually a big pet peeve of mine how people do not leave people alone with disabilities. Which needs a 12 gauge cane. Hey, we live in America. That's not too far away from the truth. It bothers me. Bullies bother me. People who go after the vulnerable, like that's the one thing would get me out of my car, like like freaking the Ultimate Warrior. Stick fighting is actually fun. 12 gauge cane. Yes, Water and I had a great idea to learn stick fighting. Stick fighting is fun. Well, it's like an art form too, but stick fighting is actually a lot of fun. They're morbidly addictive. Same with the crazy car crash channels that you think somebody died in the crash. Or like, man, I've been watching a lot of like people that touch power poles. And it's so weird to me. Like, why would you climb a power pole if you hear the buzzing? You know, if you touch it, it's going to be the last thing you do. It will literally be the last thing you do. And you see the guy, and it's so funny because there's that one moment of like, oh, he's still alive. And then you see them just drop. Oh, my brother was freaked. Oh, man. Also, I've talked about this with Kilroy before. Like, Russian dash cams are crazy. Are just like, you know, it's so funny. I think LA is crazy. And then I watched like dash cams. I'm like, okay, all human beings are crazy. Oh, did anyone, you know what? I'm going to look it up. Because there was a fight by my house yesterday where people were throwing bleach and it became national news. I've just learned to show no fear. And he eventually took off and I hit my call the police app. Oh, I hate people. That is horrifying. I climb poles. Well, I'm sure you do it professionally with equipment. There's an app called Noonlight where you can press that immediately calls the cops. That is scary. That is so. Let me go on Twitter real quick. Let me see. It should pop right up, actually. There was a fight at the In-N-Out by my house yesterday. And oh gosh, I'm reaching around my microphone. Of course, it pops right up. Oh, I should close the messages before I share this. Here we go. Let me see if. Oh, whoops. Okay. Sorry, it takes me a second to figure that out. I love any Russian cam they have. It's lit. You can set some phones for an easy button sequence to call automatically. I like the Russian road rage videos too, where you'll watch the guys get out of their cars and start fighting. So here in California, if you get out of your car, it's considered road rage and it's illegal. So you could be in the right, but if you get out of your car, they'll charge you. I need an Uzi. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's not the option screen because I'm a boomer. Oh, okay. Share screen. Let me see if everyone can see that. Oh, the computer has a lag. Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's go full screen. This. Okay. So this is so close to my house. I can walk there. I'm not going to make you watch the whole thing, but they're throwing bleach at each other. That's bleach. That's literally, look. Oh my gosh, what are you doing, psycho? We won't watch the whole thing, but that if you ever see that video on Twitter, that is literally on the other side by my house. That is like if I get a radio, I could tune into the In-N-Out drive-through. They're on channel 9 if you live in the area. I heard that about getting out of cars. Yeah, in California, if you get out of a car, it's illegal. So you definitely need a cattle prod. Knives are crazy though, because someone could take that. I hate it when people are in the wrong and they've recorded the person. I love how the guy taking orders is like, okay, just I'm gonna see that kid too. Everybody that like works there, they live around my area because I see them walking to work with their in and out uniforms because it's literally over the hill. It made me laugh because I heard sirens and everything, but like it's so quiet around here. So when you hear sirens, you're like, ooh, road rage is the new like people ever people are lit ever since we were let out of our houses after the pandemic. Like LA has become fight school, and those are like normal people. Those are normal. Those are just normal people. People have lost their minds. They have bleach will. It will destroy a car. Feel bleach will destroy. That was my first thought. I've had bleach thrown on me. It dyes your skin too. But when I got in an accident with industrial bleach, it was a little bit different. It was a giant box that fell. I passed out and someone saved my life. But yeah, that happened literally by my house. And it made me laugh because I'm on Twitter and I'm like, wait a minute. Because they say my hometown and I'm like, wait a minute. I drove past that today. You'd record me on my phone if you see me on the internet. Liz, I say this all the time. I'm a real life Karen. I have a Karen video out right now. I'm surprised there's not more videos about me. It's okay. People, they think their phone has shields. Their phone will magically save them. I think I'm low. I'm a Canadian, live in the woods. Yes, you are. And they make laws so that people like me can't go live up there. Yeah, you would be justified. Lockdowns punished shitloads of people right over the. Yes, it did push people over the edge, and that's how it is now. Like, I'm not kidding you. There was a couple who hooted a child over road rage. LA is crazy, and that was actually in Orange County, but it's all the same thing. They're just as spoiled and crazy. Coyotes are even absolutely industrial. Oh yeah. Oh man, there's someone that still works there for a reason because that man saved my life. Short of like catastrophe, I will never fire that human. He literally picked me up and ran me away from it because I instantly passed out. And if I'd been there 30 seconds longer, I would not be having this conversation. I think so too, Kira. Some people I know lost it. Yeah. Thanks, Water and I definitely not the violent type. But people like will make you defend yourself. That bothers me so much. My ex called me once and let me know that the clerk at the 7-Eleven I just left had been shot right after I left. That's the worst. That's even worse than a woman who won $1 million on a slot machine that I just walked away from. I get physically ill sometimes thinking about it, to tell you the honest truth. But, what's the taxes on $1 million? Show us your Karen video. I'll no, and the only reason I don't is because it doxes me. And it was a big long story, but I had to go to court and everything. And nothing happened because this person doxed me. And in the state of California, it's illegal to dox somebody. So if you see me in my Karen video, it shows my address, and yes, that's me. Because I am a shaky Karen. He called me, and I quote, a toasty American bitch. Toasty. Is that like white bread or like toasty? Don't dox yourself. Oh, it was a big deal. And there was a YouTuber who hated me, shared the video. They doxed me to a bunch of other people. I shared it in court. It was a big deal. People are such drama. I'll send you the link, Joe. But I don't mess around. It was me basically not punching my neighbor. He said some poignant things, and he's lucky I woosawed. He's lucky I woosaw. Again, I'm not a Buddhist. I am not a Buddhist. Portland is strange. Still to this day, it's the only place where someone walked up to me and with a llama. The llama had a Facebook page, and I, the llama never accepted my friend request. I'm still mad at that llama. Liz is the TA. You are right though. You do attract predators because you're disabled. That's what gets me so hawkish around my child, because like people, like he'll get online and people are like, "Oh, how they're asking vulnerable questions," and I'm like, "Oh, nope, you're cut off." Sewing it. I always say that, like, if you could, man, get yourself a sewing machine, you won't have time to judge other people because you'll be judging yourself and everything that you're doing. Get yourself a sewing machine. And I got a ton of death threats because I was on a mega Karen video. So that's why my neighbor went to court, lied, and lost. You know what the funny thing is? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. He lost because he was a liar. Well, no, well, that, and also because he shared my address, but like, it's okay to tell the truth. Not friended by a llama. I'm still offended. And that was in 2012, and then the request is still there. I check all the time. It's the only one I haven't erased. That's when I met you, Liz, and that was a long time ago. See, I'm even more offended now. The llama friended you and it wouldn't friend me. Maybe because I was the scary homeless looking guy. I was the scary guy. Yeah, I'm not sure it's zen. Enjoyable, yes. Always soothing and relaxing. For me, it's I love one person sports. Oh, my signal's getting weird again. Let me do that Star Wars thing. Okay. So I love one person sports. That's why I surfed, skate. That's why man, I have rollerblades, hockey stick, a puck. I play by myself, you know. So sewing to me is definitely a one person sport. That's the one thing I love about it, because I'm so much about other people all the time. I like to be able to tune out the world. It's like it's what makes the art so beautiful, is that I can concentrate on it. That's why I really don't sew and stream that much unless I have multiple people in. So while they're talking, I can sew, because you have to pay attention. I have a picture with the llama too. I would love to see those pictures. I was emaciated and depressed. I would love to see what I looked like back then. Oh, I know his name is Rojo because Rojo has not friended me on freaking Facebook yet. That is so sad. That is so sad. I do miss Portland. Part of me misses Portland, but watching it on the news, watching it burn on the news was really depressing. I can't sew, but I can build machines. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what, Joe? I've acquired the skill over time. Like, I'm one of those people who can take a sewing machine apart and put it back together. And making pockets is a bane of my existence. But I hammer through it and continue. I keep sewing. In many ways, Kilroy, Facebook tried to ruin my life twice. Facebook is a drama pit. That's why anyone who's friends with me on Facebook, I post once every 6 months, and around my birthday. My birthday is more like, ha ha ha, I'm still alive. To all those people who are like, wow, God of Sewing is still alive. From scratch repairs, what's your favorite? Um, It all of it, I'll tell you, because it's the satisfaction of putting it back together. I do like the easy ones where they're just seized and they need oil. I love those because those are like, it's instant gratification. The Kenmores are always like that because people do not properly oil their sewing machines. But there are certain machines like my Singer Simple. I feel so accomplished because it was a seized machine. I took it apart, put it back together, and it works. And it's a modern machine. So tried to friend. I don't have pictures of you, Godless, just of me from 2012. I was emaciated and depressed, so that's okay. I would not want to see what I look like. I was so sad, so it's okay. To give perspective of how skinny I have been in general, I gained 50 pounds during COVID, and I'm still skinny. And it topped off. I lost about 15 of it, but I gained 50 pounds sitting at home worrying about the world that did not disappear. But I ate the entire time. Those were good times though. I was making like gravy from scratch. I was making bread from scratch. Like I went old world during 2020. Those were good times. Just for 50 cents a day, you can. I need to write that down. That is such a good skit. Just for 50 cents a day, you could keep Godless sewing out of trouble and help him sew. Yes. I lost my mind during COVID and I ate my feelings. I tuned out the world. It was weird. And I think seeing the empty shelves, like it was real. It was real. The pandemic was real and it hit me. And I was at home watching, and I don't know why. I subscribed to a live cam that would follow the people around in Portland. So I would see every protest live. And then when they shut them down on YouTube, the person just started broadcasting on Twitter. So I would watch all these protests 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. It got me depressed. Watching people get snatched into vans. I try to have a positive attitude, Liz. That was one of the worst points in my life, but I just try to stay positive because, like, when your life is bad, having a bad attitude doesn't help. I'm obsessed with Johnny Cash. COVID took 40 pounds off of me. I'll never be to the West Coast. Nearest I've been was Las Vegas. Las Vegas is lit. I love Las Vegas. Las Vegas is basically the West Coast. You were like 5 hours away from the beach. You are not that far. So close, but so far. I consider I consider Phoenix West Coast because I can drive there. Like Phoenix is 4.5, 5 if you're flying. Vegas is like 3 or 4. I could be in Mexico in 3 hours. A little more like 4. I drive like a banshee. I do miss 2012, but that was a crazy year. Even if I don't eat enough, my mental state goes to shit and I get heart palpitations. Keep those two away in high priority. I'm either way. I either overeat or don't eat enough. It's emotional eating is the worst. Patreon levels, 1 thread, 2 fabric help, 3. I should start a Patreon, but like honestly, I fund my own habits. That's one thing I pride myself on, that I can still afford my fabric habit and my dispensary habit. A lot of people don't know this, but undereating and being underweight is much harder on your body than overeating. It is. I feel like that's why I feel like sometimes like I have diabetes, but the truth is I just need to eat 3 squares and I need to like take better care of myself. I agree with you. As somebody who is habitually skinny, it's taxing on the body. That's why my weight loss was so alarming to people, because I was just real skinny most of my life. But also, like, let's be real. Like, I'm in my 40s. I'm man enough to admit I am in my 40s, and you stop. Like, I have the metabolism of a hummingbird, but it slows down as you get older. You know, I did too, but I was too busy panicking through the pandemic, Liz. Like, it was bad. I missed 1978. I'm gonna tell you, I find it I'm not judging anyone when they say this, but I've never asked for money. I'm old school. I'm old school. I'm really weird about asking for money. And I've talked a lot of trash about people with their GoFunds. I've literally called certain people in the atheist community GoFundMe atheists. Gotten in fights with people. It's different. Like if somebody really needs it and they need the help, I've pitched into tons of GoFundMe, and I've even pitched into GoFundMe's for people that I do not like. I have people that consider me their enemy. I have pitched into their GoFundMe's. So I'm just not one of those people. Like I'll leave it for the people that really need help because I don't need help in that sense. Yet I will leave that door open though. I used to always jokingly say like I was gonna get a GoFundMe to buy sewing a Ferrari. You know, let's buy Godless Sewing a Ferrari fund. But I'm not one of those people that judge. Because there are legitimate GoFundMe's where I'm like, all right. I definitely this is a legitimate GoFundMe, but there are some people where I'm like, wow, you're stealing. Yeah, same way, God, at least we grew up in a similar era. I'm one of those people like I'll go sell oranges on the freeway. I'll open up a stand at a swap meet. One of the best quotes from Seinfeld is money changes friendships. It does. It does. Oh my gosh. That's why I have no financial dealings with people I love. Like I've learned that me and my brother, we hate each other over a minimal amount of money, and we hate each other over it. I offered to buy a vintage Singer for a dearest whose apartment burnt down, but they decided they didn't want to get it. I completely understand. I would never do a GoFundMe no matter how poor or sick I get. I just, you know what? There's nothing. Oh, okay. Now I get it. So is, um, again, I've seen GoFundMe's for people when their houses go down in hurricanes and stuff. They need that because they need immediate help right now, you know. But there's someone I know that's on their fourth car, and the community has paid for it. But that's just me. And I'm a guy on the internet with an opinion, you know. But I also, again, I come from middle class people. I'm you know, I'm the bad example. That's why when I hear certain people's stories, I'm like, I feel fortunate. Even for as down and out as I've been homeless, I've been all sorts of things, but I also have had the benefit of people helping me, you know. So there's that fine line. I totally had plans to make a vest, but I guess I'll make it while I'm watching my late night programs. And I'm watching the English news, which is basically the only thing that's on. At 11 o'clock at night, it is 7 o'clock in the morning in the UK, so I watch their morning news. I'm totally cool with people doing it. Yeah, same. Like, because I'm opinionated, I try to leave that disclaimer out. Like, hey, man, if it's good for you, that's you. But like, there are certain things where I'm like, hold on one second. I had to close my garage door. The mosquitoes are starting to come in here. I have okay, I don't know if you can see it. Do you guys see that? Oh yeah, you can. Do you guys see the fluorescent light? That is my signal going out. Well, I'll wait for my signal to come back. Okay, there's my signal. That fluorescent light is this weird fan that it's a mosquito sucker. And I'm 50-50 on it. It kind of works, it kind of doesn't. Fortunate for you, I'm a terrible lip reader. I'm an excellent lip reader. I'm dead to rights. I am dead to rights when it comes to lip reading. Plus, I do not open my mouth when I talk, so I'm really bad for people who want to lip read because I have big giant lips. But I'm really good at lip reading. I grew up watching American sports, and I love it when they cut to the coach and he's like, "You mother, blah, blah, blah." Man, ever since I was a kid, I loved that. And bad lip reading. I don't know if it's still around, but that it would have me in tears. I would be laughing so hard at it. Oh man, we've almost made it to 4 hours. I'll go for 4 hours. Because here at the Godless Sewing channel, we do not play. We do not do short streams. I come here to settle and hang out. I get my wings in the first 2 hours, you know. I'm partially deaf, so I can lip read. Absolutely. Note to self, if I ever visit Godless and want to keep a phone call private, put a card over my Oh, Kilroy. Like honestly, I should work for the Alphabet Boys. Between my Google Foo and my lip reading, like I am no joke. I am dead to rights when it comes to Google Foo. Like that's how I found that guy who was stalking me online because I just did a bunch of logical steps. I would be so out of luck if I went down. It's a skill. Like honestly, it's something that your body picks up. Like when I stopped wearing my glasses, all of a sudden my hearing, like I have sentinel hearing. It's a curse. It's actually like, especially when I like sit on the couch at night and I'm like, that's why I have cameras. So I just know it's my weirdo neighbors walking their dogs at all kinds of hours at night. You know, it's so funny. We teach children with ASD that to read facial expressions because they necessarily do not know the nuances, you know. So I still teach facial expressions. I still like, okay, if the person's like this, they're like this or that or that. That's a big deal in the ASD world. I bet you did just what it absolutely, absolutely. Just like anything else. You know what? When I um my Spanish was like high school level when I went to Mexico, and when I left, I was fluent. Immersion helps. So if, like, it definitely helps. Look up bad lip reading on YouTube. It's a sports thing, but it is hilarious because they're like making they'll like make it close to what the person's saying. Oh, and there's this other guy. I think he's more Facebook famous, but he like paraphrases what the people are saying, and it's always when they're about to fight, and he shows how childish sports fights are, how just absolute childish they are. Language is not a problem. Love languages. Absolutely. Because I speak Spanish, though, I think I can speak Italian. I can. Because I speak Spanish, I think I can speak French. I can. I was watching this documentary in Portuguese. 45 minutes into it, I had to admit, like, I was just watching it for the pictures. Because I do not speak Portuguese, but I thought because of my Spanish background, I could do it. But I speak like Mexican, what's considered Mexican Spanish, you know, which is different from Guatemalans. I was about to say Guatemaltecas, which is different from, you know, Salvadoranians. Well, they do speak a very familiar Spanish, but if you get down to like Argentinians speak Castilian, you know, it's one of those funny things. I'm definitely one of those people though, like, I think because I can do one thing, it will lead me to do the others. I haven't seen the Bad Lip Reading ones, but I really, really enjoyed Tony Baker's voiceovers. I'm gonna have to look at that. I remember reading something from a baseball umpire that most coach and umpire fights are mostly there for show. One time they just started yelling what they had for dinner last night. I think that's awesome. I love that. I love that. That's like when I figured out professional wrestlers when they're like talking trash, they're like, "All right, I'm gonna punch you, and then you punch me." They're not even talking trash to each other. They're just telling each other what they're gonna do. Yep, got this. Eyebrows, mouth, etc., and the eyebrows drop down. Probably not too happy for the most part. Either thinking hard, just absolutely. I love that, Kilroy. I love they're just screaming, I had pancakes. That's awesome. I had a cheeseburger. You're out of here. Thank you. I need to go home anyways. Honestly, the bad lip reading got me back into football. I quit watching the NFL and the NBA a while ago, but it's just because I kind of grew out of sports. But I still watch hockey, baseball, and I watch the championships. But bad lip reading got me back into sports a little bit. I miss that. I was obsessed with wrestling. I watched wrestling all the way up until my adult days to where I moved out of when I couldn't afford the pay-per-views anymore. But I love hearing the conversation that these people have when they're in the ring and they're really just talking about what they're going to do after the fight while they're fighting. And because of my lip reading, I have a bunch. I'm a geek. I have a bunch of old Monday Night Raws and SmackDowns. I mean, old SmackDowns. And because of my lip reading, I go back and watch them, and it's funny when they're like, "All right, I'm tired. Let's end this." Very confusing if you're hearing impaired, though. True. Very, very true. I have the theme song to this terrible show I watch. It's called Sloppy Seconds. I have the theme song to it stuck in my head. It's an LGBTQIA plus friendly show. It's about a drag queen and a bear who have it's a weekly podcast, and they're semi famous in the LA drag queen like bear LGBTQIA plus community. So they actually interview like real heavy hitter people. It's actually an awesome show, but it's called Sloppy Seconds. And their theme song, it's one of those songs that just grinds in your head. And I fell asleep to it last night, so it's still playing in the background. Are you fake mad or real mad? Let's study. Well, see, here's the problem. With my villain eyebrows, it's hard to tell. People think I'm so angry. When I walk into places, people think that I am like ready to fight them. And I tell them, dude, it's my eyebrows. Because I literally smoked a doobie before I walked in here. I'm not trying to fight anybody. I'm actually hungry. And where's the coffee? Because it's funny how oh yeah, what was the alternative abbreviation that you used? And sometimes I can't remember that. What was the alternative abbreviation that it used sometimes? I can't remember that. If you're talking about the show I watch, it's on the Mom podcast. They're making fun of WoW because WoW is like the RuPaul Major League LGBTQIA plus um site. That's where like the drag queens, like the people that get interviewed after RuPaul, and Mom is all the people who like kind of got rejected from them. I have to smile a lot in customer situations, but oh oh I do not miss working in the public. Yeah, your eyebrows are hard to read. Yeah, I have villain face. I look like a Bond villain. No, there's another acronym instead of the alphabet soup. Oh, I forgot. I remember now. Oh, I can't remember. I remember what was said last time, though. Oh, I can't remember now. That's right. We now I got to go look back at last week's stream. I don't know why it bothers me so much that my internet service is getting choppy. Maybe it's because I pay a lot of money for my service, but it drives me crazy how choppy it's become. Excuse me. Oh, if they're really raised up, I can tell it's fake, man. I have a nervous reaction of a laugh, though. So, like, sometimes when I really am mad, people are like, oh, he's laughing. Like, no, I'm about to headbutt somebody. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. Oh, yeah. It's my Ned Flanders reaction when I laugh. Well, it's been 4 hours. I want to thank everybody who's still here. You guys are absolutely awesome. You are what makes this channel worth anything because I'm literally just some shrub sewing in his garage. So I think every single one of you, and Kilroy has convinced me to actually wear my glasses. So I want to thank everybody. You guys are absolutely awesome. And I'll be around next week. Everybody go check out Phoenix channel. She streams every Sunday. I will have a video out this week. YouTube is done with me. They are cracking down on everything. So you guys are absolutely awesome. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.